Picture with them. I call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd,
Here at 3 o'clock this morning.
Senator Branning, Senator Bryan,
Take one forward.
Senator Butler to 36, Senator Butler to 38, Senator Carter, Senator Kaufman, Senator Chanzanon, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingham, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator McCon, Senator McDaniel, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Moran, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Pope, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sojourner, here. Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation given by Senator Tyler McCon, will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Robert Jackson. Senator McCon.
Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, on this day, be with us. When we are weary, give us strength. When we are energized, give us direction. And as we all go forth from here to our own homes after this, let us go back to our communities, but let us not forget those who we serve with across this state, in this chamber, in this building, and their families and the struggles they have. Father, let us go back to our own communities and to our families and take what we've done here and make it better. For here we've got the paper, but there we have the action. There we will go and we will take what we've done here, the direction we've received, the goal for our state, and we will take it back to our own communities and we can make it so much better. Father, give us all strength today as we're weary. Give us all traveling mercies as we all go home after this session. And let us never, never forget who's in charge. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, senators. Thank you very much, senators. All right, now to the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
The Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move we dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions, I recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Introduction of guests. Anyone Okay. We are, Senate, members of the Senate were working this morning, which, as you recognize, comes after 12, until approximately 3 a.m. Staff has been preparing the schedule early this morning based upon the Finance Committee and Appropriations Committee. Those documents should be ready for you to look at the schedule for today's Senate session in approximately 15 minutes. So we will ask for a recess subject to call by Senator Polk. We anticipate that being a 9:30 start. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
I move what you just said.
It is getting towards the end. Thank you very much. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess till 9:30. I'd like to call Senator to order. We'll go to the calendar now. You should have it. Motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider. Carter. Moran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 2 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2530, Secretary of State Eric Clark, Coastal Preserve and Delight Island, Godfather Point, Department of Marine Resources designate.
I'd move that we table this motion. This is a motion for Senator Gilat.
Motion is to table. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar, item 3, sir.
Call that item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 77, Dr. Robert Purnell, Doc Taylor, Flowood, Mississippi State Superintendent of Public Education, term beginning January 16, 2023.
My motion is we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion to table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Conference reports. Conference reports on appropriations. Senator Hobson.
Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we skip items 4, 5, and 6, go to item 7, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1626, appropriation, Health Department of.
Motion would be to recommit for further conference.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, bill's recommitted.
Thank you. I'd ask we go to item 8, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1636, appropriation, Marine Resources Department of.
This is the DMR budget. Total action on the conference report is $174,189,368. The general fund portion, $3,376,978. This includes, in addition, again, all the budgets would have this that we have salary progressions on are in there. Some of theirs, of course, are special funds because they're largely operating through special funds and federal funds. This does include $300,000 for derelict vessel cleanup. I think I've discussed this before, and also gives them their Go Mesa project authority, which is a total of $52,233,521. That's an explanation of the conference report. I will yield for questions if there are any. If no questions, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, Senator.
Thank you. As we go to item 9 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1715, appropriation, Health Department for funding the ARPA Rural Water Association's Infrastructure Grant Program.
My motion is to adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk is recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This appropriation turned out to be $74 million for the Rural Water Association program. It does include entities that are similar to Rural Water, and is effective upon passage. If there are no questions, use of the morning roll call for passage.
Questions? Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Please. Senator, were you here for a question?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Norwood.
Senator Polk, he said $74 million we're appropriating $74 million to this.
That is
fund.
correct.
Now, does that exhaust all the money that was budgeted for this particular item?
We passed a $300 million appropriations. That's going to be sent out to the ones that graded well and got their projects. This is an additional $74 million out of this year's funds that we had left. So the total will be $374 million for rural water.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Polk.
Yes, sir.
Senator Sparks,
A question, Mr. President.
you for the question, Senator.
I do.
Senator Sparks is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the 74 million that's available, is that going to be for people that did not get any money the first time?
Yes, if you receive funds the first go round, you will not be eligible for this grant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator
Yes.
Polk? Senator Hickman is recognized.
Senator Polk, just a couple of questions. One, will we be able to see exactly what the health department does this program, what the health department is using to score? And I think I've asked this question even in committee of the Rural Water Association in my district that I have communicated with. All that applied, none of them received funding, and we're just trying to see exactly what we need to do, and would like to see some transparency with the process. I may have missed it, but I think, and if not, I can make the request again. We asked to see kind of what was scored, who got what, from where. And so I guess my question is, how do we get kind of what they're using as a rubric to score who they're giving money to for this next round of funding?
I'm not sure it's on their website, but certainly a call to the health department would be able to answer that question for you. I have seen the scale of what they use, and they have hired an outside contractor to do the scoring.
And will they be, I guess, will they kind of spread the wealth? Because, I mean, there are an endless amount. I don't know the number of rural water associations. And I'm thankful that the state has done what they can, but we don't have enough money to fix all of our rural water association problem. But I have some associations that are in dire need, and just a little money will help them get through the hump. So has there been any thought at, like, where we cap or lowering the cap to the max amount that they get into these grants?
Yes, the max amount on this round will be $2 million per request.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Other questions on the bill? Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator
Yes.
Polk? Senator Simmons is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Polk, and for all your leadership when we actually established all these funds last year. And I guess I want to just, to be more specific than Senator Hickman's question, ask the chairman, could you get us a list of all the applicants, all of the ones who were awarded, and the amounts of the ones that were awarded?
I certainly would request that from the health department and ask them that they send you all that list.
Thank you so much. I'm quite sure all the numbers would appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Use the morning roll call for the passage of the conference report.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. Conference report is adopted and passed. Go to 10.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1717, appropriation DFA, Office of Insurance for reimbursing the state health plan for eligible expenses incurred.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to explain, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, we have had a lot of expenditure out of our state health plan, employee health plan for COVID. And so this appropriation from our ARPA funds is $35 million to cover those expenses. It will be effective upon passage. If there are no questions, use the morning roll call for final passage of the conference report.
Questions on the conference report? Seeing none. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Voting no. Present. Seeing none. Pass. 11, Senator.
I ask that we go to skip items 11 and 12, go to item 13 and have the title read.
11 and 12 retain on the calendar. Item 13. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Move adoption, ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1722, appropriation UMMC for construction, repair, and renovation of the School of Dentistry.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a $6 million appropriation from ARPA funds for constructing and equipping an adolescent psychiatric facility at the University of Mississippi Medical Center. It will be effective upon passage. If there are no questions, use the morning roll call for passage.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure or is voting no? Present. 15, Senator.
Senator Sparks, present.
Present. Sparks. Anyone else? Sorry, Senator, I didn't see your hand. Okay. Senator Hobson, we're back on 15.
On item 14, is that correct?
No, sir, we just did 13. You're on 14. You're correct.
14. Thank you. I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2961, appropriations additional for various state agencies for fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024.
My motion is that we recommit for further conference.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. President, I ask that we pass items 15 through 19, go to item 20, and have the title read.
Item 20, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3052, Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund, fiscal year 2024, reappropriate to certain agencies.
My motion is going to be to adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the state of Mississippi cannot expend funds and appropriate funds past basically a year, 18 months at max. And each year we have to reappropriate any money that was left over. So if you'll look at this bill, this is what we're doing, and I will explain the highlights. The rest of them are pretty much self-explanatory. In section 4, line 64, you'll see that we're reappropriating $8,705,225,000 to the Department of Finance and Administration for tourism purposes. That was money that was left over, and the appropriation does not include any nonprofit museums. That goes to tourism. Section 13, that was $6 million for the Board of Directors of the State Institute of Higher Learning for funding a nursing and respiratory therapy program. If you will look, that's in section 13, line 213. That money has been moved to the Mississippi Post-Secondary Education Financial Assistance Board. Same money, same program, just a different place to put it. Section 17, line 288, we're reappropriating $10,391,000 to the Mississippi National Guard for their eligible projects. And then section 27, this will become effective July 1st of this year. If there are no questions, use of the morning roll call for passage of the conference report.
Senator Blackman, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see that you are reappropriating money to the forensic laboratory for their backlog. Is that correct?
Which line are you on? Which section?
I'm looking on this conference report, and it's line 10 on the conference report. We're on the report of the conference committee.
There was a technicality of omission, and we're adding that to the report. The forensic lab.
Okay, you're adding the forensic lab.
Correct.
To reappropriate money for their backlog. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, that is correct.
Do we know what the backlog is?
I do not.
Can we get that information?
We will do our best to get that for you, and I'm sure we can.
Okay, so now is this, are you making technical amendments right here?
No,
Are these-
by state law, we cannot appropriate money past 18 months by the Constitution. This is just a reappropriation of the funds we passed last year that have not been spent.
I understand that. I was just trying to see if that's on this screen, if that was, you were making some changes that require unanimous consent.
We are not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You have for question, Senator?
I do.
You recognize Senator Norwood for question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pope. Senator Pope, the funds that's being reappropriated, they are from the agencies that they were appropriated to earlier, but they were not expended. So
That is correct.
these are all the agencies that did not expend the money where we are reappropriating that money back to them. So there are no other agencies.
There were no new agencies. No new agencies. This is just money we appropriated last year that we're reappropriating.
What I'm saying is that, are there other agencies that did not expend their monies? Are there other agencies that did not expend their monies and they have monies that would be reappropriated back to them, or that will come back to the, into the ARPA fund?
The monies that were appropriated last year to an agency, if they have not spent it, we're reappropriating it for them this year. So far, we have not returned any funds back to the program.
Okay, now, so we have agencies that have not expended their money.
Correct.
Their monies are not reappropriated to them. What would happen to those funds after we leave here?
Well, if we don't reappropriate it, it would go back to the fund for the ARPA, that holds the ARPA funds.
Do we have any idea what amount that we may have there?
Everything you see here is what has not been spent by an agency. Any other agencies that might not be in this list have spent their funds or were never given funds to begin with.
Now, we're sure of that.
As positive as we can be.
Okay.
If you
Mr.
know of
President.
one, let us know.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pope.
Thank you, Senator Horn. For what purpose?
Question.
You have for question, Senator Pope?
Yes, I do.
Senator Horn?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Polk. Mr. Chairman, on line, amend on line 60 and 61. The deletion about the museums, can you explain what that's about?
I'm sorry, what line was that?
It deals with lines 60 and 61. You're deleting language about museums on those lines.
Oh, okay. It was decided in conference with the House that the $5 million museum money would be moved to tourism, for promotion of tourism. So that was one of the decisions we made in conference.
Okay, so how much money of the 5 million have been expended?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How much of the 5 million has been expended thus far?
None.
Why not?
DFA did not release it because they needed some more guidance on how it should be awarded.
So none of the museums that we funded last year got any of the money?
Yeah, say that again?
None of the museums that we funded last year got any of that money?
That is correct.
So why are we now giving it to tourism as opposed to figuring out how to better deploy it to the museums?
They wanted to put the House in our conference, in our negotiations, wanted to move more money into DMO promotion for the different things that are available in the state to do, and that $5 million was expended there, moved that.
Now, and we funded the DMOs this year, wasn't it about $25 million?
DMOs, I think it was, yes, that's close, if not 30.
Okay, so we're giving them another $5 million, but the museums are coming up empty again.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you. Question, Mr. President.
Question, Senator Polk.
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Senator Polk, in your response to the questions raised by Senator Norwood that these were all reappropriations, could you explain to me why we would change the figure on lines 3, 4, and 5, reducing it from 13.7 million to 8.7 million? Lines 3, 4, and 5 of Conference Report number 2.
Is that that? What's that one he's talking about? Okay, you're speaking of the museums, is that correct?
Well, whatever is on line 64.
64, okay, thank you. Yes, that was the answer that I just talked to Senator Horn about. Those are the museum funds that are moving also into this appropriation.
So we deleting 13.7 million and reducing it to 8.7 million.
Correct.
Also, on lines 14 and 15 of Conference Report 2, what agency or program does line 367 pertain to?
That is the Public Defender Program.
The Public Defender Program? Okay, and we increasing that?
Yes.
Okay. And then my last question. At the bottom of this conference report, on lines 38 and 39, why are we changing the enactment clause?
We're removing the reverse repealer, and it'll be effective July 1 of this year.
Well, here it says June 29, 2022. On the report I'm reading, Conference Report 2, on line 39.
All right, please ask your question again.
We are deleting some language that was on lines 476 to 477. What was the language on lines 476 and 477 that we are deleting?
That was reverse repealer that we removed.
And what was, could you tell us what was that language? Because we're changing that language now to say June 29th.
We're deleting and shall stand repealed from and after June 29, 2022.
And before we adopt this conference report, what was on lines 476 and 477?
That I just read to you.
Okay, thanks.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
A yield for question, sir?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize, I'm not on appropriations, so sometimes it's a little hard for me to follow. I understand we reappropriate money because of the time constraints that you mentioned. We can't appropriate more than 18 months.
Correct.
So this is the big bill last year that we put a lot of ARPA monies in, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so like the water rural water and the municipal grant, that's all still ongoing, and that money may be sitting in an account at DFA, and we're reappropriating it so that they can carry out its mission?
Correct.
Okay. But I would have to go back to this amendment report to see all those projects, the hundreds of millions of dollars that's in here.
Yes.
Do we have any spreadsheet that shows what money's left over? Because when we reappropriate, we're reappropriating the whole amount, but they may have spent some of it. Or are the numbers in this amendment report the numbers they haven't spent?
So you're asking what the original appropriation was?
Well, from the original appropriation, are the numbers in this bill numbers that literally have not been spent? Or is this the original appropriation
This is the
reappropriated?
original. These are the numbers, amounts that have not been spent.
Okay, so and I know y'all have worked tirelessly on this, but obviously we're about to leave this chamber for the year, and when we come back, we'll have much less time to make sure these funds get executed, so they don't have to be returned to the federal government.
Correct. We have till 2026 to spend the funds.
Okay.
We have till next year to get everything assigned.
Allocated, okay.
Allocated, yeah.
And I guess that's my question. If we appropriate it to a fund, is that in fact allocated under the Treasury regs?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any appropriation in here that's subject to ongoing litigation?
Yes.
And what is that?
That would be section 6, line 96. This is to fund independent school infrastructure grant program of $10 million. That is still in litigation, so the money has to stay there until the case is decided.
I guess we can deal with this next year, but if for some reason that case is still going on, we're not going to leave $10 million in the fund and lose it back to the feds, are we?
Well, that will be a decision that this body will have to make next year.
Okay, but you're not saying it has to stay in here because of the ongoing litigation. It's just still in here.
It's just sitting there until the court decision's made.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
I'll use the morning roll call for passage to the conference.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We skip down to item 25 and have the title read.
21, 22, 23, and 24 retain their place upon the calendar. Item 25, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3118, appropriation additional to DFA Bureau of Buildings ARPA funds.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask you to recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 3118 is the DFA bill for the Bureau of Buildings. It provides $42,919,505 to complete capital projects at the various facilities owned by our state. Of that, $33,919,505 is provided for repairs to any state-owned building deemed necessary by the BOB. $2 million is provided for the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency, and $7 million is provided for improvements at the state parks. It will be effective upon passage. If there are no questions, use of the morning roll call for passage.
Thank you. Questions? Questions? All right, Senator, seeing no questions. We're ready for your motion, sir.
Use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested for final passage. Anyone object to the procedure? Those voting no,
Go back to 21, okay?
present. Okay. All right, Senator Hobson.
Mr.
Bill
President,
passes. We're on to Senator Hobson.
I move that we suspend the rules to go back to item 21 on the calendar.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 21, Senator.
I would ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3113, appropriation additional Office of Workforce Development for certain programs, ARPA funds.
Move that we adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This appropriates $28 million for the Office of Workforce Development. $25 million is provided for the Workforce Development and Retention Act created by House Bill 1006 in the 2022 session. It provides for grants to individuals, community colleges, institutions of higher learning for the purposes of procuring the necessary equipment and wraparound services pursuing further career and technical education. It provides $3 million for a new physician residency and fellowship grant program, which was created in Senate Bill 2371 this year. It provides grants to new physician residency programs, is what that does at different hospitals across the state, and it'll be effective upon passage. I'll be glad to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Use the morning roll call for passage of the conference report.
Use the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Those voting no? Present? Seeing none, passes. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go back to where we were on the calendar, skip item 26 and go to item 27 and have the title read.
26 retains its place on the calendar. 27, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3120, Capital Expense Fund, fiscal year 2024 appropriation to MDOT for certain infrastructure expenses.
This is the bill concerning the MDOT infrastructure. It's a separate standalone bill that we did. This has $450 million in capacity projects, $100 million in emergency road and bridge repairs, $40 million to go for the state match for the federal IIJA program, and an additional $30 million for multimodal projects in the state. And of the amount, the $30 million that's in the multimodal, at least $10 million will go to ports out of that. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
I do yield.
Senator
Butler is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hobson. On the capacity project, I see is $450 million. How much was it before? What was our portion?
Well, yeah, let me kind of back up to give an overview. Of course, MDOT's got their regular budget, which consists primarily of our gas taxes. And that's both some federal portions that come in and the state portion of the gas tax. So they always have capacity built into the budget anyway, but maintenance, over the years, maintenance has kind of eaten into the capacity portions, which has made it a little bit more difficult to get projects. The amounts, this is either similar or identical to what we passed out of the Senate previously. The $450 million, I believe it includes most, if not all, the projects that can be done in 23 and 24. And then, of course, $100 million for the emergency road and bridge repair, which is what we did last year. And then the match, which the $40 million match, which we did last year. The only difference really is we had a separate port fund last year with $10 million. The multimodal fund will actually allow for funds to be provided for ports, rail, and airports. But we wanted to make sure that at least the $10 million that we had in ports last year, it's going to fall under this now, but at least $10 million is guaranteed for ports out of that program.
Okay, so all the things you talk about, the mobile and all that, is part of the 450?
No, the total price is total amount is $620 million.
Okay.
So 450 is just the capacity projects. Right. And they still have money for maintenance and the regular part of their budget.
Okay, all right, so the capacity projects are projects basically they kind of can fill in and kind of do, you know what I mean, based on, I guess, stuff that they already kind of had lined up, if you will.
That's a good way to put it. They had things in the queue or in the line for several projects around the state. And so they're going to they can start pushing those up, moving them up quicker so we can get to the projects that are below that too. They've got a list of projects going down several years. I think most of you have gotten their report. There's somewhere, I've got it on my desk downstairs. There's a 3-year report from MDOT, a bound, kind of a color glossy report that shows the projects they're looking at. And this will cover, this is all they can handle. Let me be real clear about it. This is all they can handle. I've spoken with Brad White, and I know there's some other projects. I've got one in my district that's vitally important to me. I know there's some in North Mississippi that are vitally important, but I spoke with him. They wouldn't be able to do any more with any projects for this time. And my hope is next year we're coming back to start pushing more in, and I think we will, into those projects so we can speed those along, and it helps push the other ones up to.
Okay, well, the reason I'm questioning is because, the concern we have with Highway 24, and, and after talking with Brad White, he was saying that may be a project that may be under the capacity part of the MDOT funding. And so I was just trying to make sure that maybe if it's gone up, is that possible that we can push that up, that project up?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
If it's on their list, once they can clear these out, this is going to push all the rest up.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Are you here for a question,
I
Senator?
yield.
Senator Wiggins is recognized for a question.
Yes, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You worked hard. Just simple question. Was there any accommodation in this for passenger rail?
The multimodal part can be utilized for rail, and
passenger
Senator, I can't say specifically that it's passenger rail, but I believe that it is. I bet Senator Branning probably would know that, but I remember I had a discussion with Representative Busby, who was he was the House Transportation Subcommittee Chair, and he worked with Senator Branning on this. And I remember in that conversation, he talked about the coast passenger rail and whether, I think he was hoping that these funds could be utilized to help with that project. So I'm pretty sure that it can. Senator Branning may give me a head nod if that's correct, because I think so.
She seems to be giving a head nod. How much is in the multimodal?
30 million.
30, and just for what you're talking about, that's a drawdown of approximately $90 to $100 million from the Fed. So thank you very much for your work.
And look, by the way, out of the $40 million infrastructure match, the MDOT can draw down $695 million of federal dollars, I believe is the amount. So it's a significant amount of money that we're able to draw down in addition to this. So there's going to be a lot of activity in our MDOT and our roads and bridges around the state.
Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
For a question, Senator.
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is, on the forms and stuff that we got, there's been some discussion that perhaps a project or two in the 2024 plan might not actually be taking place at the time that was first kind of suggested. Now, I know there's been some discussion about that, and my question would then be, if that is the case, in line, I believe 11, it shows the projects for 23 to 24. What would happen if, say, the 450 million here is a dollar amount that's beyond kind of the projects that are needed or to be fulfilled in 23, 24, that what I would call kind of the carryover amount? Would it allow MDOT to use that towards the future capacity problems or projects, or would we have to kind of come back and any residual amount then reappropriate, is my question, because we're limiting it to 2024. I'm concerned that we're not allowing any carryover towards 2025 projects.
Yeah, that's a good question, Senator. I think that the short answer would be they still have billions of dollars of funds that they can use for capacity projects. So even if limited by this amount, I think I would guess that the commissioners and the Director White are creative enough. They've got enough flexibility in their regular budget. They could go ahead and start working other projects up and in, even if this is limited to the 3-year plan. And I think there are a lot of projects on the 3-year plan that there's just not enough money. I don't remember what the total amount is. Again, Senator Branning may know the total amount for all those projects in the 3-year plan, but this would, any of these funds could be used for any of those in the 3-year plan.
And I guess my just concern on that would be, just because it does kind of stop at that 2024 number, you know, it kind of makes that be kind of a hard and fast kind of date, you know, and so if you wouldn't mind, you know, and I don't mind reaching out to Brad White and see if that date number there could be an obstacle towards moving into the 2025 projects, should that be available. I'd just like to kind of find that answer if we could. I think I'm maybe not the only one in this room who has that question.
No, I know. I think you got Senator up in front of you too that's right up in the list as well. And look, I don't want to paraphrase. I hope Brad may be here listening, and I'd love for him. I want to make sure I'm saying that, I want to say that I'm paraphrasing him, but I feel fairly confident in my discussions with him that even those projects that are a couple of years out, that they couldn't get to right now anyway. But I know what it does by getting these out of the way, it accelerates those projects to the top of the list.
Right. And, you know, and I don't know too, the other question on that is if, you know, because I've had these conversations with Brad White too. I don't know, and again, you know, I don't think maybe you're going to be able to answer this, but if there was that ability to extend that into 2025, I know there's been some mention that if some money is potentially on the table for a project into kind of the next cycle, it allows some federal applications for some matching or some additional drawdown. And so I just want to be just really sure on that point that we're not, you know, handcuffing the agency into maybe being able to multiply those dollars if that is the case. So I'm sure you can get that answer. And just one last little question, as we're kind of finishing up here, are there any other bills, are there any other vehicles alive that could potentially or could possibly have any other MDOT funding in them, or is this the last bill we're going to see this session that has any infrastructure dollars?
This will be the last MDOT bill alive. There is another, there's the kind of the transfer bill that I know Senator Harkins is working on, and that's going to have what we call the projects. And look, I suspect there will be a ton of money on roads and bridges, and that you know, certain people have requests in their areas, their communities, state aid roads, local roads, et cetera.
Right. But nothing for
MDOT. Nothing for MDOT. You know, Corbin just reminded me of something with the federal match dollars. As he put it, they're going to be able to draw down a ton of money, ton of federal money that'll go to those projects. So I want to go back. I was just asking Corbin because I think the language that I want to make sure that I'm right with this. I think the language in your concerning the 3-year plan, you see, this is just for this fiscal year, but the 3-year plan is the 3-year plan. So this is the money they'll spend in the year. It doesn't mean that they're limited to using just those that are in the hopper up until 24.
Okay,
if you follow what I'm saying.
So there is reference to the 3-year plan, which would then allow them to draw down for 2025 project.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, Senator.
My motion would be adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll calls request. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Hobson.
Mr. President, it looks like we've got one that's come through, and if we could suspend the rules to go back to item 15 on today's calendar.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I oppose no. The ayes have it. Suspend the rules for item 15 to be considered.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the IHL General Support Bill.
We need to read the title.
I'm sorry. Please read the title, Mr. President. I'm sorry.
Senate Bill number 3000, appropriation IHL general support.
Final action on this is overall funds $1,425,920,871. General fund portion $356,409,715. The changes in their bill would be $6.5 million for operational expenses to all the universities, $599,335 for the early intervention task force that I know Senator Boyd has worked on. Also, we did a transfer. If some of you may know this, we've always had the DuBard School both in education budget and IHL budget, and we just decided it'd be smart to put them in one budget. So we've moved the education portion over to IHL, and that's $650,000 for the DuBard School. Then $750,000 for the, and that's also a transfer over. So these two that I'm talking about, DuBard and the Children's Center for Communication and Development, both of those are housed at USM, and we have added the funds that they had and put them into the IHL budget, and we've made them equal. I think they were slightly off. One had maybe 50,000 more than the other, but the additional general funds would be $750,000 for the Children's Center. And that was an additional, I'm looking at the notes, that was an additional $50,000 that would go to them. We reduced $300,000 that was part of the charter school board and another $500,000 that was the charter school, and moved those to MDE because we thought that was a better place to put the charter school board. For some reason, when it got set up in the IHL budget. There were special funds of $600,000 added for heirs, endowment, interest increase, $32 million for campus repairs and renovations for the infrastructure and complexes around our university campuses, $1 million for a Declaration of Independence Center at the University of Mississippi, and $25 million for various projects to campus that was through EEF. And those projects were, we've got a separate, as like I mentioned a minute ago, there's a separate bill that Senator Harkins is working on right now that would deal with some of the projects at the universities, but we had some EEF funds that were allowed for our colleges, for our universities, and the projects that were included were, out of this $25 million that we put in out of EEF funds, were $5 million for Delta State as it relates to some aviation, their aviation program, $5 million for Jackson State for dorm repairs and dorm work, and then $5 million for overall infrastructure and repair work for Alcorn State, MUW, and Mississippi Valley State. So $5 million each for those universities, and those were again EEF funds. The $33 million for capital expense was the campus R&R and the Declaration of Independence Center, which I mentioned, $32 million and $1 million respectively. So that's an explanation of the IHL budget, and I will yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator Hobson?
Yes, I do.
Senator Hill is recognized for a question.
I appreciate your work on this. You may probably aren't aware of this, or you may be, but I did a little research with Peer to see how much money some of our institutions of higher learning were giving to the American Library Association that's become openly Marxist, and it's up in the thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years. I just wanted to know that we might look at that in the future.
Okay. I think you mentioned that briefly to me.
Yeah, and I did get the report back, and it's pretty substantial, that they're giving, maybe not hundreds of thousands, but they're giving a substantial amount of money.
And I take it this is money that they're getting for library materials?
I guess probably dues would be my guess, but I'm not, I got to do a little further research, but, and unfortunately the Southern University down there closer to me had the biggest amount of money donated or given, pay dues or whatever, but let's try to look at that in the future.
Thank you, Senator
Thank
Hill.
you.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You here for a question? Senator Norwood's recognized for a question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hobson. I understand, looking at, since $5 million that was appropriated for Jackson State for dormitories,
Yes.
you're aware that I think the minimum need based on the professional assessment that was done was to mitigate some of the mold and the mildew and all of that from the building, and to do the conversion was a minimum, I think it was like $15 million. So $5 million, this is the total that would be available. Are there other opportunities for monies to be appropriated for this cause?
Yeah, you remember I went over earlier that the campus repair and renovation, that's $32 million going to universities, and I think the portion for Jackson State is maybe $2.3 million. Also, as I mentioned, some of the transfer bill projects could include some items. I'm confident that there will be, if that bill passes, there will be a substantial amount that will go for what used to be bonds, but it's going to go to all of the university buildings. So I think overall, we talked earlier in the session about, we knew we had some of the surplus of funds, and one of the things that I felt personally important was this is an opportunity to invest in our infrastructure in the state. Let's invest in our roads and bridges and buildings, and I think you're going to see this year that come to bear, to fruition, that there's going to be, when you look down this list of the funds and what will come later, probably in what used to be the bond portion, there's going to be a lot of money going to help fix up buildings, and hopefully, over time we can start diminishing those and just keep the operational expenditures up so they don't have to come back with the situations like you've got at Jackson State. And they're just, Jackson State's one of several universities that have the same kind of problem with some, and community colleges too, that have problems with some dorms that have just need some TLC, if not a total redo.
And then, Ms. Senator Hobson, I'm gonna have to phrase it in the form of a question in order to be proper. But are you aware that last year Jackson State had to deny well over 1,000 students because of they did not have housing available to house the students, and many of the parents now want their children to live on campus or in campus housing. And are you aware that many of the fallacies or the faults that we have with campus housing, and I'm not sure what happened to other institutions, but I represent Jackson State as a part of my district, but it's due to poor architectural or structural designs, and building had to be torn down or taken off. Are there any, and are you aware of any means that may be available to try to remedy some of that? And I know that may not be a question for you, but I just wanted to put it out there because that's, in essence, that's a lot of the challenges that are being faced. Poor designs, poor architectural work that's causing many of these buildings to be offline. And when they get the key to those buildings, I understand that they feel helpless because they're stuck with something that they can't do anything with or about.
Right. I think there was the issue with Jackson State, maybe with one of the chillers too, that was a problem in getting the water in. I had a meeting with the former president and Howard Brown, either before session or right at the beginning of session. I can't remember when it was, but a few months ago, about those issues, some of those issues. And look, it's not unique to Jackson State. We've got some other places, again, both universities and community colleges, where we're having issues with dorm problems. We've got other universities we've heard of too that are saying the same thing about, look, we got to get dorm space or we're having to turn away students. So I know it's an issue, but we're trying. You're going to see when you put it all together. I think at the end of this year, you're going to see a substantial investment of funds. Corbin just showed me that, out of the Bureau of Buildings funds too, there's another almost $34 million for repairs, state-owned buildings deemed necessary by the Bureau. So there may be some access to funds there. And I think, especially, I'm confident in Howard Brown, very confident in Howard, because I worked with him for many years here. And I think Howard's a good, left up to him, he'll be able to access some funds to be able to make substantial changes, and maybe even, if they've got the money and they do things the right way, maybe even build a new dorm if that's what's needed. So, but that'll be the decision of Jackson State as to how they use those, and the IHL board too.
Well, Mr. President, Mr. Senator Hobson, I know I'm not questioning your leadership. I know how hard you work on this, but I just had to phrase it in a way so I can get it as a part of the record. I do thank you. And,
thank you, Senator Norwood.
We appreciate working with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Question, Senator?
True.
Senator
Chair.
Jordan, you're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, is there any ARIS money left?
There
If
is.
so, how much?
The ARIS, ARIS will be continuing really for a long time. You got the ARIS endowment fund, and there's an interest level, and let me see if I can give you the exact amount for each of the universities. The portions that will come out this year and go to the universities, Alcorn State will get $424,500, Jackson State $651,000, and Valley $424,500. And then there may be another little bit, which is, anyway, that's prior year appropriations. Jackson State still has almost 2.1 million that they have left they can spend on prior year appropriations, and Valley's got almost 800,000 on that too.
Thank you. Thank you. Also, how much new money, I know last year Valley got money, and how much new money is that added to that amount for dormitories and so forth?
Well, it's not specifically dormitories, although the money that each university has can be used for dormitories. I mean, I think that was Jackson State's biggest need. I think Valley had some needs for help there. I know Alcorn did. I think Ole Miss does. And I'm trying to remember, maybe the W too. I can't remember for sure all, but there seems like it was pretty common for the universities to say dormitories is one of the areas where they need to utilize some of the funds because they've got some dorm updates or increase. I think a few of the universities just need more dorm space too, not just improvements.
So all the universities getting some new money as such this year compared to what they got last year, additional to what they got last year?
I don't want to.
Specifically Valley.
Yeah, I would think, Senator, I'm just kind of thinking back to years past when you and I have been here together, but I would think this year universities may get as much money for infrastructure as possibly they've ever had. Again, I want to reiterate the point. I think if we're going to have these funds, invest in things that last a long time. Invest in the future of your state. Invest in the infrastructure. If we're going to spend money, to me, that's as good a way as you can spend it.
I'm in accord. Thanks, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jordan, seeing no further questions, Senator, we're ready for your
My motion will be adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Hill? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Seeing none, Hill passes. Senator, thank you. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go back to item 6, or suspend the rules, go to item 16 on the calendar and have the title.
Motion is suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, please read title.
Senate Bill number 3001, appropriation IHL subsidiary programs.
Final action on subsidiary programs is $87,703,590. General fund portion $37,485,81. Keep in mind these are state programs, but they're housed at our universities. The changes this year included additional general funds of $150,000 for the state court education program. This is judges were elected this year, and they've got to do their judge training. So this is once every 4 years. They need a plus up, as we say, to ensure that they can conduct all the training for new judges. Also includes $430,000 that'll be spread amongst the different subsidiaries for operational expenditures, and $1.375 million to the state chem lab for a new water quality testing equipment. And that is an explanation of the changes to the subsidiary program bill. I yield for questions.
Thank you, Senator. Questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Motion is to adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. My motion will be to suspend the rules to go to item 17 on the calendar.
Motion to suspend the rules to go to item 17. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action for...
We need to read the title.
Read the title. Yes.
Senate Bill number 3009, Appropriation, Community and Junior Colleges Board, Administrative Expenses.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final action for Community and Junior College Board. This is one of their two budgets. This is the board budget, but it's $134,966,995. General fund portion $6,179,847. Changes in this year's conference report are the restoring permanent positions there for 3 positions that were removed. No additional, the agency has adequate funds for that. Also, there were $34 million in EEF projects. You remember last year we had some EEF projects, and largely, again, dorms and certain programs at the community colleges. This year, the projects that are on the EEF list were Coahoma Community College for a dormitory, $7 million. Northwest Community College, an ag tech program, upgrades and capital needs of $4 million. Pearl River Community College, Ally Health and nursing programs, $8 million. Gulf Coast Community College, the Jackson County campus, and for healthcare renovations, $8 million. Southwest Community College renovation. They've actually got 2 projects they're working on. One's a women's dorm, the other one's a fine arts complex. They're going to need probably more to complete those, but $3 million that they can utilize between those 2 projects. Meridian Community College for a transportation technology center, $2 million. And Itawamba Community College for CTE health science program, and that is $2 million. That's an explanation of the changes. I will yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Motion is...
I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Senator Horn. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Hobson?
I yield.
Senator Horn, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hobson, I didn't hear, was there any allocation for Hines Community College?
There is not, but my expectation is there'll be something for Hines in the transfer bill. I know they've requested some funds for Allied Health, but again, that's Senator Harkins that's working on that, and so could be in a later bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. For what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator, Mr. Chairman, thank you for yielding. I had the exact same question that Senator Horn has, but for East Mississippi Community College. Is there a possibility that we'll see something for them in another bill coming up later?
There is a possibility, I think. Again, I've been...
I'm not tying you down. I just want to make sure that the possibility is still there. And
I know there have been a discussion of 2 or 3 other community colleges, but again, I have not checked. Discussions were being had late yesterday, and I really don't know. I know these are EEF funding. There could be some capital expense funding for some other community colleges that would be in the transfer bill.
Okay, well, If I get the opportunity, I'll keep bugging you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Yield for a question, Senator Hobson.
I do yield.
Please proceed, Senator Sparks, with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The EEF funds, because this community colleges, I think there's 7 community colleges that have a listed project, but I think as you've explained to the prior 2 questions, this is just out of this fund, that there may be other projects or other monies. But is EEF where the overflow, like what's the source of those funds? The
EEF is a portion of the sales tax that goes to Education Enhancement Fund.
Okay, is it also an overage on the lottery money?
Yep, that's it is. So once we get over $80 million, first $80 million goes to roads and bridges, then after that it goes to the EEF.
Okay, so that's the source of this, are those 2 funds?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Other questions? Seeing none,
If
Senator?
none, I'll move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
So the conference report by use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we suspend the rules to go to item 18 on today's calendar.
Motion is to suspend the rules to go to item 18. All in favor signify by saying aye.
18.
I said 18.
Yeah.
I'm just mumbling.
I'm mumbling too,
And I am
Mr. President.
mumbling. I apologize. It's 18, Senate. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I oppose no.
Thank you.
Everybody's had a late night
Yeah,
and
that's
early
right.
morning, actually.
That's right. We'll
All
get
right,
sleep
Senator
soon.
Hobson, we're ready for your motion.
I will read the title, please.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 3012, appropriation Public Safety Department of.
All right, this is Department of Public Safety and their overall budget, $273,118,71. General fund portion, $158,543,141. Lots of stuff happening in public safety, and I'll go over the list because I know there've been a lot of questions asked during the session about some of these things. But first is there's hold on one moment. Okay. All right. First is $3.2 million of general funds for operational expenses for the Highway Patrol. We've got $1.8 million for body cameras for law enforcement. And this is part of a 5-year contract to the support services portion of DPS. $728,025 for support services agency operations, $1 million for restoration of vacancies and progressions for the forensics lab, $1.139,713 million for general funds for costs associated with the sexual assault evidence kits in the forensics lab. It includes $850,000 in general fund for driver services salaries, $1.6 million for operational expenses for driver services, $1,750,000 for the filing and payment of background checks with MBI, and there's some issues with the costs that have piled up on DPS for handling background checks for various agencies in the state, and then we got $2,338,875 for 35 vacant positions at Capitol Police. The hope and the goal is to get Capitol Police up to 150 officers, and the amount that was needed for that, for just the officers, is the amount I mentioned, $2,338,875. Also, equipment for Capitol Police, which includes handguns, rifles, equipment sets for vehicles, and other gear, computers, $2,364,950. Also $296,175 for vehicles at Capitol Police. Additionally, There's a replacement of federal funds with general funds that were lost as part of a grant at Homeland Security. That's $382,526, and other agency operation increases at Homeland Security of $533,075. Then we got some capital expense funds, which includes the trooper vehicles for new graduates at the Highway Patrol, $1 million for bulletproof vests that will go through support services, $1.2 million for the case backlog at the forensics laboratory, $550,000 capital expense for equipment and vehicles at the forensics lab, $595,205 capital expense for forensic equipment that's going to be also necessary for the sexual assault evidence kits, $1.26 million capital expense for their lease payments on their driver services building in Canton, $425,000 of upgrade and maintenance to their Edemia service systems at the driver services, $166,000 for equipment and driver's licenses at the county seats, and then also, by the way, they want to get equipment at all the county seats to have computers. So if anybody doesn't have access to computers, to be able to get their license ordered. I think the plan is that you can, you know, if any of you get a hunting license, when I go on to get my hunting license renewed, you just go online and then they'll have it mailed to you pretty quickly. Same thing with driver's licenses. Hopefully you can get it where you can just go on the computer, and if someone doesn't have access to the computer, they'd be able to go to the courthouse to get on the computer to order their renewal and not have to go wait at a driver's services station. And then finally was $200,000 for out of capital expense for vehicles for Homeland Security. Bear with me one moment. And then finally, I wanted to add that there was $2.9 million for operational deficit with Capitol Police. I talked with Commissioner Tindall about this. Some of the stand-up costs they've had in getting the police officers hired, and also trying to get things taken care of here in the Capitol to make sure it's safe and things that need to be done. He's going to need some, unless he slows down what he's doing this year, he's going to need that additional money to continue to provide the services with Capitol Police. So that's part of a deficit. That's an explanation of the conference report. I will yield for questions.
Questions, Senator Hill. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Yield for questions, Senator?
I will yield.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
First, I want to thank you for all the improvements that we've made to public safety, because I think we've made some extremely significant ones over the years. And I think I remember last year a pay alignment for troopers. And I just am asking that, since I don't see another trooper pay alignment in this bill, that we look extremely hard at another pay alignment next year, because we've got to get our troopers over $50,000. We just have to, or we're not going to keep them.
Yeah, I think we gave them the pay alignment, and look, I agree with what you're saying. I know with the Huggins Act, I believe, based on what Commissioner Tindall has told me, they make over 50 with their Huggins pay. But I agree with you. And look, it's a competitive market. We've talked about it.
I mean, we got cities paying more than this, and we got to look at this the same way we looked at teachers. That we've got to get these troopers up here to where, I mean, we pay our judges, we pay our DAs, and they prosecute and try the cases, but these are the people out there making the cases. So. And the ones that are putting their life in danger. So I appreciate this body's commitment to public safety, because I have seen significant improvements.
Yeah,
but I want us to keep going.
I think I'm proud of the work that we've done to try to get things, and I know we've heard a lot of discussions about Homeland Security this year, forensics lab. We've heard a lot about that. We're invested. We have invested. I want to reiterate. We put a few million in a forensics lab already last year, in addition to the ARPA money that went there. So. It's just, when things like that have gotten pushed off for a while or backlogged, a part of it's just catching up. And I
agree.
We've
had to play catch up, and for the life of me, I don't understand why we had to play catch up, but you and I have tried to play catch up, and we just got to keep catching up and going on and trying to retain the best and the brightest.
And we talked about earlier, the infrastructure investments and investment in public safety is important as that too. We want to make sure our citizens feel safe, that we've got proper law enforcement training, et cetera, so we don't have problems with crime, or we can reduce crime, and we've got people around that we're doing a good job to protect our citizens. So I'm with you. I agree.
And if I had to lose my desk mate to something, I think he's probably doing great work. Oh, I know he's doing great work, but we want to continue to give them all the tools that they need. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. For what purpose, sir?
Question, please, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator.
I yield.
Senator Blunt's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I heard you mention, and I've just got a copy of conference report number 3, funds for the Capitol Police. Could you go over those again?
Yeah, the plan that he's got in place is to get to 150 officers, and that would be, if you're talking about the dollar figure for that, that was $2,338,875. And then there's, of course, equipment costs that I mentioned right after that, too, which is a little over $2.3 million.
And is that the amount that's referenced in section 34? Is that what that is?
I don't have the bill. I've got my my fiscal notes, but I don't have the bill. But I can get the bill and look at it. Which section are you on?
Well, I
do have the bill, but I just wasn't looking at it.
Are there any other costs associated with the Capitol Police beyond that amount you said, which is, it says in 34, it says 2.9 million. Are there any other aspects of the bill?
You got 2,338 for the vacant positions, 2.364 for the equipment, and then also some vehicles too that I mentioned, which were $296,000. That's the, let me just double check to make sure that there's nothing else on the general funds for Capitol Police. No.
I'm just trying to find it all in here.
And, keep in mind there are 10, 12 divisions within public safety. I mean, you got MBI, MBN, forensics, Homeland Security, driver services, support services, Capitol Police, and so I think that's all there is in the Capitol Police portion.
And it's my understanding that, and we worked together to fund that last year, and we funded 150 positions they've hired. As I understand it, about 113, something thereabout.
100, I think 115.
150, something like that. And the plan is to get to that 150. Is this amount of money more money than we gave them last year, or the same amount of money?
Is it giving them more money?
Yes.
Yes. This is all additional. What I've rattled off here is additional money for Capitol Police.
So the money that was funded last year was for 150. They got to work immediately, and they've hired approximately 115.
Mm-hmm.
Are we funding, is the plan to do 150 for this fiscal year?
If he can get that many hired, of course, it's difficult to hire them, and I would, he's going to have authority to hire that many. Now, can you get it done? That's another question. It's getting harder and harder to get folks to go into the police and law enforcement. And kind of to Senator Hill's point, it's, I think pay is certainly an issue. We got to make sure we're cognizant of the pay, considering what they do and putting their lives on the line daily. But I think, this society in which we live seems to have made police force work seem not as maybe attractive as it once was.
But my question is, last year we intended to fund 150 positions, and Commissioner Tyndall is working as hard as he can to get those positions filled. The current plan is for 150 for the upcoming budget year. Is it the same amount of money since we're looking to get the same number of officers? Are we increasing that amount?
No, we're not increasing the amount, and I think I see your point now. I don't remember for sure if it was 150. You may be right. If you know that it was 150 last year, I don't recall. I know that he wants to get to 150, and I do know that he has told me, and he's told our elbow staff and John Reed on the other side, because we've had many talks about this, that the pay he's got to get more competitive with the pay. I think what they're offering, don't hold me to this number, I think what they're offering is 43, 45 somewhere. And, like you said, I've got other police force, community, town, city police forces in Mississippi that are at that 50 range. So I think that's one of the things he's having a challenge with. So,
well, this is where I'm trying to get to. I think this legislature funded 150 positions for the Capitol Police last year. As I understand what you're saying, we're going to essentially level fund him so he can have 150 officers this year, and I'm confident with, if he's gotten to 115, he can get to additional 35 and get to 150. We have another bill on the calendar, Senate Bill 2343, which gives Capitol Police jurisdiction not over the Capitol Complex Improvement District, which is a small part of the city and is largely non-residential, and it would expand that jurisdiction to the entire city of Jackson, to West Jackson, to South Jackson, to North Jackson, and we're giving him the same amount of money for the same officers. Is that sufficient when his phone starts ringing from, if this other bill passes, from other parts of the city to do what needs to be done and provide the services that people feel like they're entitled to under the law?
Well, I don't know what that other bill is at this point. I don't know what negotiations are being had. I know there's discussions about it.
It's on the calendar.
And the size of the Capitol complex. And I don't know what the jurisdiction requirements. I know that was an issue too. I do think in the discussions I have had with the commissioner, with the lieutenant governor, the governor, Chairman Reed on the other side, and many others, that I think everybody acknowledges there's no way to go and say, Commissioner or Capitol Police, you got the entire city of Jackson. There's no way to do that, and I'm not suggesting that is being done.
Well, Senate Bill 2343 does exactly that.
Okay, well, I don't think there's any way that Commissioner Tyndall could be the primary law enforcement, or say Commissioner Tyndall, that Capitol Police could be the primary law enforcement officer for the Capitol overnight, for Jackson. I don't think now, over time, possibly, yes, but I just don't think it happens overnight, especially if you only have 150 officers. I don't know what Jackson PD has, but I would imagine it's several hundred officers.
Well, people in Jackson wish that it was, but they're way short of that. And I know you're on the appropriation side, and a lot of this relates to another bill, but the point I want to make as far as the budget is concerned, that if other legislation provides significant more responsibility to the Capitol Police, we are essentially funding them at the same level for the same number of officers that we gave them last year for a relatively small part of the city under the budget.
Well, if that happens, I think there are two questions that have to occur. One is, do we recommit this bill and look at what can be done to add officers? Mm-hmm. Okay. Two would be you'd have to figure out some way to stair step or gradually transition in where I don't think he can hire a whole, based on the conversations I've had, I don't think he can just go out and hire 100 officers like that.
I think he's moved as fast as he can given the environment you've described.
I think that is exactly accurate, that he's moving as fast as he can. And look, that's one of the things I mentioned on the deficit. I mean, he's moved as fast as he can and had to find out that it's a little more difficult than what he thought to get equipment, vehicles, people, et cetera, to get this job done properly. And we want him to get it done and done right and have a, we don't want him to fail or the DPS or Capitol Police fail. We want it to be successful and protect our citizens.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Harkins.
I yield. Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Let me ask you a question. On line 493, I believe it is. The 2.9 million, Senator Hobson, did you say that was a deficit?
Yes. What line was that? Let me make sure it's the
493, I believe.
493. Okay.
Correct.
That is, yes.
Do you have how much of that is due to Capitol Police?
I think most of that is Capitol Police.
Most of that is Capitol Police?
I do. I got an explanation and just wanted to make sure that I knew. Yes, sir. That's I think one of the concerns that was addressed previously was, I think when originally it was set up with JPD, the expectation would be that, JPD would be taken or be primary on a lot of calls in JPD. And I think from what I've been told, what happened is they were told at some point they weren't going to take the call, so they needed to call Capitol Police. And I don't think the commissioner's expectation was that they would be the primary or the lead on that. So I think it was some of that's related to ramping up and getting some additional things done to help them do the work they need to do.
So do you think we can get a breakout of those deficit expenditures? Those
Probably, yes. I probably could get them to get. I don't have it with me, but I'm sure I could get the commissioner to get that.
I just think at some point. Let me ask you another question. Since we're all concerned about budgets and doing better, what 1020? What impact are we having? Is that having on the public safety's budget? A total. I mean, we're looking at 2.9 deficit appropriation.
Look, I'm not involved in the discussions on 1020. I know just what I've heard out here on the floor. I know a little bit more than that, just hearing, and talk and different things, but I'm not in the negotiations on 1020.
Okay, well, just from the Department of Public Safety's budget, the appropriation that's going to apply to addressing issues, Capitol Police and other issues that would be a part of the responsibility that would fall under the purview, if you will, of the Commissioner Tender. Do we have a dollar figure of how much that would be? I think you went over it, but I couldn't write down it is in this. The total amount should be in this conference report 3, right?
The total amount of the expenses, yes. But now, if you're talking about, 1020, I don't know what 1020 is exactly, what it's going to be. I don't know. I know there are issues that may concern, do they have primary jurisdiction or secondary or concurrent jurisdiction? That certainly matters. If you got primary jurisdiction, you're the one that's got to be there to respond. If you got secondary, you're coming in to help. So you may not need as much. You won't be responding to as many calls. You won't have the transportation, the vehicles need, the gas needs, et cetera. I don't know the size of the proposed Capitol complex, if that's changing or not. I don't know, Senator Norwood. So I really can't answer. That's going to be, I think Senator Wiggins is our lead conferee in the Senate on that. So I'd probably defer to him and as to what they may be trying to work out.
So let me ask you this then. Based on your experience, based on prior budget, the outcome of 1020 could further negatively impact the public safety's budget, and we could come back next year with another deficit appropriation because of the funds that we appropriate into the public safety. We could experience another deficit appropriation, I guess is what I'm saying.
We could, but I hope not, but we could. There's one of those agencies where it's a little bit of a moving target, a little bit like corrections, and sometimes you have some costs that you don't expect, and you have to deal with those. But we hope not. I've talked to the commissioner about that nothing upsets me more than when we get at the beginning of the year, we find out which agencies, and we usually have a lot of agencies, but unfortunately, some of those we don't grant. Some of them are more wish list than needs list, but sometimes we have the needs list that we have to take care of, or the agency just shuts down. They can run it out till their money runs out, and then they just quit doing it. And there are probably some agencies, and there have been some that I've told that, look, you better start cutting back because you got to make it 3 more months or 4 more months to finish out the year. if you want to finish out the year, this is a wish list, it's not a need, or, you know, you didn't budget properly. But sometimes you get these agencies where they're spending money on things like public safety, this would be one, or corrections, you know, probably a couple others I could think of, where they just didn't foresee the cost. We don't want to come in here and just dump money on agencies. We want it to be reasonable with the budgets and have them live within the budgets. And so it's a possibility if things become more cumbersome. But boy, we've done a fair bit in here to make sure, and I've talked to the commissioner about that. If we get some of these things up, you know, hopefully this is going to be enough that you can work with and be successful with.
And Mr. Chairman, I mean, certainly you are aware that I appreciate your appetite for not having these deficit appropriation, and that was the reason that I just wanted to make sure I got my numbers right and put that out there. So.
Yes, sir. And I'll tell you, the deficit request from public safety was a lot higher than what we got in here. And we scrutinized it and said, look, some of this stuff you can, these aren't security or safety issues. Some are, and we need to address those. But some of these, you know, we don't want you to cut back on your police force and at the expense of our citizens. Absolutely. But some of these things, they'd probably be good, but they're not necessary. And so I don't remember exactly what his number was, but it was well above the 2.9 million.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thanks.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator Hobson?
I yield.
Senator Wiggins is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know we're not on 1020. We're not going to get into that. But if you can answer this, if the commissioner has shared with you, like he shared with me, that part of the reason that we're having to incur these expenses, and if you want to call it the deficit, is because the reality is that the Jackson PD is not performing within the CCID, and the contemplation was that both the Capitol Police and JPD would actually work together. But what has actually happened is the Jackson Police Department has decided not to respond to things within the Capitol complex, and so that has required DPS to further build up what they had not anticipated. Did he share that with you like he shared it with me?
He did.
And so why we're having to do this is so that we can have a safe city, because we all know, do we not, that Jackson, the unfortunate statistics, crime statistics for the city of Jackson, do we not?
Yeah, I mean, I know it doesn't have the best record on crime.
And the Capitol Police are a state agency, and so we have a duty to fund those to the proper level, just like any other agency that we fund in the state.
That's what we're trying to do here, make sure they have the resources to be able to do the job the way it's supposed to be done.
And my last question is, because I've had it expressed to me, is, well, why don't y'all just give Jackson Police Department money? Well, isn't it true that unless there's something out there that I don't know, that no city police department in the state of Mississippi gets direct funding from the state? It's just not done, and that's not how it works.
I'm not aware of any others, no, sir.
Okay. So I appreciate your work, your hard work on trying to get this budget to a place where we can provide safety to the tourists, the visitors, the legislators, and most importantly, the citizens. Well, they're all important, and the citizens. Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Howard, for what purpose?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator?
I do yield.
Senator Horn's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hobson, I want to go back a little bit to some of what the line of questioning that you and Senator Blunt were engaged in. Now, my understanding at the beginning of this process of this session, that there was going to be a request for an additional 20 officers for Capitol Police to take that force up to 170 officers. I was told that we had 107 officers that were sworn officers on the streets right now. Maybe it's gone up to 15 in the last, 115 in the last couple of months. And you know, we're hearing about the expansion of Capitol Police. We're hearing about it having a lot more administrative as well as street duties that may also be expanded into other parts of the city. And so, you know, if we authorized 150 officers last year. We've had difficulty getting those 150 signed up and hired. And we're talking about expanding the territory. Don't you agree with me that we're not thinking through this planned process as wisely as we perhaps should?
Well, I would agree with that, just as a general statement. However, I think if your point is that we need to be methodical and smart in the way that we expand, if expansion takes place, is that we do it so we don't, you know, as the old saying goes, bite off more than we can chew. I think part of good policing, and I believe any police officer will tell you this, is knowing your territories and knowing the people, the businesses, et cetera, and knowing that you can man that. So I think I do agree. If your point is you need to make sure you be able to handle what you got, I think you're right.
Well, if the state is contemplating expanding the duties and authority and territory of Capitol Police, why wouldn't we just escalate the budget up to whatever amount we estimate might cover this expanded territory, the entire city? Why wouldn't we just stick with the 170 officers and as opposed to sticking with the 150?
Look, I'm basing the decisions that were made are based on the information that has been provided through several sources, including our elbow staff, you know, looking at these, our subcommittees, discussions with the commissioner, and of course, Chief Lucky at Capitol Police, who's actually the chief of Capitol Police, who really working through the commissioner, and you know, a number of other people. As I mentioned, I know the governor has weighed in on this, in addition to all the folks here in this building that have an interest in Capitol Police. They've weighed in on it. So it's taking all that information, trying to do the best job we can of putting it in a place where we can have a good Capitol Police. That's the best way I can say it.
And as we look at Senate Bill 2343 and House Bill 1020, we're close to putting the icing on the cake for all intents and purposes on these pieces of legislation that will have some impact on Capitol Police. So if we wind up in 2343, for example, expanding Capitol Police all the way throughout the jurisdiction of the city of Jackson, do you anticipate recommitting this bill to add more officers?
Possibly. I just don't want to say for sure. I don't know, Senator Horn. If it's determined based on whatever comes out of 2343 or 1020 or any other bill, if there'll be a lot of people that'll have their eyes on it, and they'll certainly get the information to us and say, hey, we need to relook at this again. And it's not uncommon. We got several bills that you've seen that have flown in, not that maybe don't affect you, but a lot of bills that we've had to recommit because somebody got their eyes on it and said, wait, we forgot to put in a position or forgot to put in this language. So that could happen.
And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but if we have authorized 150 officers for the small amount of area that is what we call CCID, and then we give this Capitol Police the entire city of Jackson to police, wouldn't we naturally think that we needed to add more officers?
Probably. It's under those circumstances, if that's the hypothetical, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, ready for your
motion is to adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Those voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Senator Hobson is recognized. Well, Senator Johnson, you may be recognized for, we got a clerical matter.
Yeah.
Senator Hobson, while you get your bills together, Senator Johnson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a request for unanimous consent to make changes to a conference report that we passed yesterday, and I'd like to be recognized to do so.
Motion is to unanimous consent to be recognized to address the conference report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, we passed conference report for House Bill 535, which was the qualified resort bill. It came to our attention from DOR that the intersection we used to describe the city of Baldwin would also qualify another area of the state. And so we have, I believe it's on the screen, if we can insert after on line 608 before the colon to give a more clarifying intersection that would specify that it was just the city of Baldwin. And that's an explanation of the changes. And if there's no questions, I move that, or I ask for unanimous consent to make that change to the conference report.
Second. Any objection? Senator Barrett? No objections. Seeing no objection is granted. Senator, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hill?
No, wait.
Okay, Senator Hobson? Okay, Senator Hobson, we're ready.
Mr. President, assuming Senator Harkins is not here for item 28, if that one is passed, I would like to move to the in-conference appropriations general bills.
One moment. So 28, 29, 30, 31, which one,
I
sir?
would like to skip 29 and 30, go to item 31 on the calendar and have the title read.
There you go. Okay, retain their place upon the calendar. Item 31, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill number 834, Assistant District Attorneys and Criminal Investigators, increased authorized number of.
I would, my motion is to adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Wiggins to explain.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is what we call our ADA bill in the code. It's called legal assistance. And in short, we have appropriated, this is the enacting legislation that comes up with every few years. As has been stated by myself and I think Senator Hobson, we do anticipate, obviously, next year doing judicial redistricting. So along with that, we were going to do also DA, assistant DA redistricting or allocation, I should put it that way. But we wanted to do something this year for various reasons, and I will note that what the bills in front of you, these are going forward. We have taken no DAs away. We have added approximately, let me see, 13. And if you'll put that, please forgive me for the handwritten part of it. Slide that down, please, Carlos. So those are the Senate districts, and in yellow is where they are receiving in this bill the allocation of the assistant DAs. And as has been told by to the lobbyist for the Mississippi Prosecutors Association, also to the incoming president of the Prosecutors Association, we wanted to, we had a number we were working with, and we also looked at the data that was provided to us, and I apologize, I'm looking for the chart that was given to us by AOC, but what they did was they gave us all the numbers for each of the circuit court districts. And by the way, your prosecutors are allocated based on your circuit court districts. And that's them before you. And so independently, we looked at different pieces of data. One of those is the average caseload per ADA. Why that's important is because the standard, if you will, within the industry is you need it around, or the optimum is around 250 to 300. There were districts throughout the state that had way over that. One of them, I think, had 420. If you were below that, you were below that number. We also looked at the violent offenses, and the numbers that were given to us were violent offenses. And so we looked at those calculations, and then we also looked at the population of where things are. As you all know, we did redistricting, the population has changed, and looked at the counties and basically DAs per residence. So with all of that being done, we separately and independently looked at that. And interestingly, it came up to the same districts throughout all of them, which are the ones that you have here. And so just to kind of run down at the first district, and I should say this, nobody got more than 2. And in fact, there was only the ones that did receive them were 1 additional, and the number by which we used was around 100,000, which includes benefits. And so going forward, each of these districts will have an additional permanent assistant DA. So you have in the first 10, in the second you have 11, in the third 6, let's see, the 6th district, the 7th district, and I'll come back to that and mention that in a minute. The 14th, the 15th, the 16th, the 19th, the 20th, 21st, and 23rd. And actually, if you kind of look at the map, they're spread across the state. And interestingly, they're and again, this was independent. They're where the population centers have grown. So you have that. On the 7th, that's line 25. The 7th is Hinds County, and I will note that the 7th district only consists of Hinds County. So they are getting 12. And if you see there, through July of 2025, shall have 14 legal assistants. The district attorney had asked for 3. You remember we were dealing with the first version of 1020. That was removed. We have put those back in. So we are giving the DA's office the requested DAs that they have asked for, which are 3. I will note, since we've referenced House Bill 1020, contained within that bill are 3 public defenders that they do not have right now. That's permanent. So I simply would state that if Hinds County wants 3 public defenders to help, then 1020 is the bill that's doing that, because that's not covered in here. Let's see. And also I will note that in the law that the counties, they are allowed and authorized to pay for, thank you very much. Thank you, Pat. Their counties are authorized to pay any additional ones. And what's being put up there is the list of the data that was provided to us. And I can provide that if anybody has a request. You will note those are broken down by different categories, violent offenses, per ADA, and so forth and so on. Let's see. Also in section 2, and there's been a request for a number of years for additional criminal investigators. So in section 2, the additional criminal investigators are going to the 21st, 23rd, to the 7th. Yes, 21st, 23rd to the 7th for the criminal investigators. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Purpose. Senator Simmons?
Question, Mr. President.
You have 4 questions, Senator.
I do.
Senator Simmons is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Wiggins, for yielding. Could you tell us what was is it a difference in the criteria that you use and determine who should get these additional permanent ADAs in these various judicial circuits versus what the Mississippi Prosecutor Association had developed as their reason for making the initial request?
Yeah, so, and this was known from even prior to the session. They came to us with their recommendations. Now, every single district requested 2, and being upfront, every single district requested 2. That equates to millions and millions of dollars. Both Chairman Hobson and I, and in our committees, related that we have a certain amount of money that we have to work with, and also we'd be doing that. That was expressed repeatedly to their lobbyists, and they understood where we were. The reality, Senator Simmons, is if you look at the numbers and the data that I actually have before you, for example, the 22nd district has 157 average number of cases per ADA, and they have 57 average number of violent cases per ADA, and they requested 2 additional ADAs. If you base it on the data, they actually should, they shouldn't get one, and we didn't take one away, okay? So we explained all that with their representatives. We did that, and we noted that. I also will note, well, I'll leave it right there if you have another question.
Yeah, I was more, if you would go back to the map, and I was more so concerned with those district attorneys in the Mississippi Delta. I know Brenda Mitchell is in the 11th Circuit, and Dwayne Richardson is in the 4th Circuit, and those are primarily the Delta counties. And based off talking to both of those district attorneys, we have crime up the Mississippi River as well. And when you just look at just this map, of course, I have to go back to the Delta when we leave here. And it's not just what we did this year. They have indicated to me that they have made requests year over year over year, and they've made it through the Prosecutors Association, who we work very closely with every year when we come here, and they just hate the fact that they're being left out, Chairman Wiggins.
Look, I understand that. I think all of our DAs do a good job no matter where they are in the state. But as you know, as I mentioned, one of the calculations was population, and as you know, the Delta has lost 20% of the population. I will also state that's why we are looking at redistricting next year. I mean, the reality is we've got the circuit districts that you have here, depending on how that all goes, they could change. And so you'd have a different allocation. That's why Chairman Hobson and I in particular wanted to take this approach. And let me say about that, despite the House in this version of the bill through language requesting 40 ADAs, and Chairman Hobson will verify this, the House literally did not provide for any funding. It was 0. So it was the Senate who pushed for these ADAs. I don't know why that was.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't know why that was. I wasn't involved necessarily in that, but that's the reality. And, that's where we were. And to the House's credit, they took the Senate position that we had. They did not come, they literally came in with zero money. So that's what we were dealing with. And so hopefully we can address that when we approach it next year.
And, of course, practicing in the area, in the Delta, Chairman Wiggins, even though the population may be on a downward slope, crime has not decreased. So in the Delta, crime still, just like all areas in our state, crime has in fact risen. And so the concern is, even though we may actually have a dwindling population, in those areas around the river for District 11 and 4, which is like the Delta, they still have to actually deal with that crime.
Right, I understand that, but if you look at I'm taking this as an example, and this is the criminal caseload from the AOC that we were dealing 2017 to 2021. The 4th District, in terms of the average cases per ADA, 220. Actually, the number was 300 we were working with, and so they're below that number. Also, the total number, now they do have a little bit higher level on the violent crimes, and we understand that, but there's also some that have 94, there's different ones, and so those are just factors that we had to look at on there. And I will note this, Chairman Hobson has said this, part of what we're seeing too is we had COVID and there was a backlog of cases. The courts are working through those cases. We do think that you're seeing an inordinate amount, and those will probably come back down. And so Chairman Hobson in particular wanted to make sure that we were funding them appropriately, because these are going forward. We didn't take anything away. These are permanent. And so we want to make sure it's a response, we're being responsible.
My last question on the criminal investigators, could you tell us the districts again that will receive an additional CI?
In the bill?
Yes, sir.
The 21st? I'm sorry, there's some that are already provided for, and then you see the underline there, the 21st, the 3rd, and the 23rd.
Okay.
And then also the 7th, which is Hines County, is criminal investigator.
Yes, sir. But no new criminal investigators in the Delta?
Correct.
Thank you, Chairman Wiggins. And again, thank you for your leadership in pushing for these permanent CIs and ADAs despite the House's position. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Butler. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for questions, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Senator Butler?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins, I was looking at in the 6th Circuit District, and again, you said that all of them, every district asked for 2 ADAs?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so in the 6th Circuit District, am I looking at this right, they did get 1?
You know what? Let's see. Yeah. Thank you. It is funded in the bill on the chart. It's not yellowed in, and I apologize for that.
Okay, that was confusing me. I was just
and on line 23 and 24, that's where that does. So I apologize for that.
Okay, and also in the 14th Circuit Court District, they get 1.
Correct.
That's correct. Thank you.
That's
Thank
correct.
you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan, for what purpose, sir?
A question.
Are you for a question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes, I yield.
Senator Bryan is recognized for a question.
Senator Wiggins, earlier in the session, there was some discussion that the data for the 1st District was not reliable, and that the caseloads which appear on the chart are larger than the caseloads that exist in reality. Did that turn out to be true? Did you have an opportunity to look into that?
I did not. we were going with the data that's been provided to us from the AOC and the information we've been provided.
Well, I was told, and I'm not familiar with this, that there was some circumstance involving switching from one computer system to another. And so I don't have any direct knowledge, that's just what I heard. Is it typical for a district attorney to take a misdemeanor to a grand jury and seek an indictment for a misdemeanor? Is that a common occurrence?
If you're asking me from based on my knowledge, is it common? No. Is it allowed and is it done? Yes.
But generally that's handled by the county attorney if it's a misdemeanor.
Correct.
Particularly if it's, say, a misdemeanor with no jail time involved.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I wanted to say, I want to go back to Senator Butler, and Corbin reminded me, Senator Butler, actually the assistant for the 6th district had actually, it was being funded through the appropriations bill for whatever reason. That's been the case for years and years and years. And what we did was we moved it to this statute and made sure, because it was, well, one, it wasn't accurate, and to be honest, it was not being, it was being funded. So that's why it's not an additional, but it's now in this statute. But the 14th did get an additional one.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Butler, Albert. For what purpose, sir? Senator Butler passes. Any other questions? Senator Butler, Kevin.
Yeah, I just had one other question, Mr. President.
One other question. Senator Wiggins.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Thank you so much for your hard work. Approximately, how much money does it cost to add ADA?
The numbers that we were working with is approximately was $100,000 to include benefits. Now, the statute under which they are paid reads that depending on your years of experience, you can get paid up to a certain percentage of the DA. And my memory serves me, that's like, I think it's 130 or 140, something like that. And so the number we were using was 100,000, which is about right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
My motion would be passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President. Or we adopt the conference report.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Bryan, no. Anyone else? Simmons, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Thank you.
I'm a no-vote. I'm a no-vote.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Senator Younger.
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
In the West Gallery, we have Harry Dindy up in the West Gallery. Harry, would you please stand up? He represents the Mississippi Veterinarians Association. He's fixing to retire after 31 years of service. Give him a hand, Senate.
Thank you, Harry. We're going to miss seeing you. All right, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need to call a brief education meeting at 1:15 in room 216.
1:15, 216, Mr. Clerk. Any other announcements? As you know, when we come back shortly, you'll hear Senator Polk. We will be in and out several times this afternoon. I appreciate everybody's patience as we finish the final appropriations bills and some of the general bills that remain on the calendar. It's our intention to complete work today so you can go back to being a civilian and work. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess till 1:30.
Stand in recess till 1:30. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Call the Senate back into session, and Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask we suspend the rules to go back to item 7 on today's calendar.
Item 7, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it.
Ask the title be read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Number 1626, appropriation, Health Department of.
Final action for the State Department of Health is $559,109,532. The general fund portion is $48,127,694. This includes operational expenses of $434,227. Also includes the subsidies for a Mississippi Qualified Health Center grant match. Those are both general funds, the contractual and the grant match. That amount is $554,120. It includes the Victims of Crime Act funding. This is the funds that go to groups like our child advocacy centers and several other groups in the state that do victims assistance and help our prosecutors in getting information together for child abuse, sex abuse, human trafficking type cases. That's $12 million of general funds. Some of that's replacing, when the federal prosecutions went down a couple years ago, we started having a shortage of VOCA funds, and some of these dollars help replace those funds. This includes capital expense funds of $500,000 going for a state health plan review that Dr. Edney and the Department of Health has requested. $1 million for the AED. We passed the bill for the automatic external defibrillators in our schools. $1 million for that. It includes $2 million for the early intervention program. That's healthcare expendable funds. $2 million for the second year and final year of the Magnet Community Health Disparity Program, $2 million, and then $500,000 increase for the, $50,000 increase for the breast and cervical cancer program, and that's also utilizing healthcare expendable funds. That is an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions, Mr. President.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Hobson?
I do.
Senator Norwood's recognized for a question.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hobson. And I know it's early right now, but did we have an opportunity to put any money in there to address the needs relative to the tornado, or is that going to be handled separate?
That would be in here, and you know what, I didn't call that one out. I'm trying to think. There was $1.5 million for the healthcare expendable funds, and I'm looking for why that's not on the notes. We did put $1.5 million. I talked to Dr. Edney about that, and I'm sorry I didn't see that in the notes, but it was a late addition, of course. We had a few changes with the tornado, but $1.5 million, and Dr. Edney thought that would be plenty to get them covered. Most of that damage was in Sharkey County, in Senator Thomas's district. I think that was the majority. I think there was one or two other hospitals that had some temporary outages, water, energy issues, but Sharkey, Issaquena Hospital was the one that's got the most damage, and he thinks with the match funds that they get, that's going to be plenty of money. He said we might even have some lapse at the end of the year. But a good question. I'm glad you asked me that, and I don't know why it's not on my notes, but yes, okay. That was an addition.
And then one other question, and they would also have the, I guess more or less, the flexibility to address the needs as long as it's related to health issues, more or less.
Yes, they would. We've also got a MEMA bill that's going to be coming that's going to have some language in it. We just were working on it. I was working on it during lunch, actually, to try to make sure it's broad enough to cover anything that may overlap from other areas of state government, to make sure there are funds to help supplant it. But I think this is going to be enough. Again, I've talked to Dr. Edney a couple of times about this, and he feels like we're going to be good on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Good question.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackwell, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
I do. Senator
Blackwell is recognized for a question.
Thank you. Were we able to put any money in for the Ole Miss School of Pharmacy and the cannabis program so they could do testing?
No, that's not in this. Now, are you talking about testing or testing of the testing facilities?
No, testing.
Testing. No, I think that's the funds will be coming from the program for that.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Blackwell. Any other questions?
If no other questions, one other thing that I wanted to add, in the language on the VOCA funds, we put a provision in there that at least $2 million of that $12 million would go to child advocacy centers. I think they will get a much larger portion, but it will guarantee that at least $2 million go to the CACs.
Okay. Ready for your motion, sir.
So the motion would be to adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Mr. Carter's voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes. Thank you, Senator. Okay, we'll go to item 35 while Senator Hobson prepares. We're back on the calendar on general bills. Chasnow. Thank you, Senator. Page 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
52, Festival Wine Permits, extend repealism authority to issue and certain provisions related to.
Motion is that we do adopt the conference report. I'd like to be recognized to explain it.
You recognize, Senator. Explain the conference report.
This is the Festival Wine Permit Bill. It extends the repealers for these successful programs that we've had in the past. There are just one or two things in here that are a little different. At the request of Senator McMahon, we have added that alcohol submerged edibles might be included. This is something that people have been asking for that are manufacturers. Forever there have been worms added to tequila bottles, so this is instead to include fruits and other things that would be edible additives. And there's one other provision for a pilot program to allow in a leisure and recreational district, which is specifically outlined in here in Long Beach, Mississippi, that will allow a drive-through method of delivery. And there were other people that wanted it, but I suggested that we keep it to one as a pilot program to see if it works. And if it does, then perhaps it will be used for other areas as well. If there are no questions, I would like to suggest that we adopt the conference report by the use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Fraser, one moment, please, ma'am. Fraser, no. Tate, no. Chisholm, no. Branning, no. Norwood, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Parker, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Thank you, Senator Chasnow. We go to Senator Fillingane. Pass. Senator Chasnow, 37.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and ask the title be
Mr.
read.
Clerk, please read the title.
419, Tourism Provide Assistance to Destination Marketing Organization.
My motion is that we do adopt the conference report, and I'd like to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
This is the continuation of the very effective funding of our market organizations that have been affected adversely by COVID. There is $21 million in here to help organizations all across the state. This is an opportunity for us to continue bringing tourism dollars to Mississippi. All the monies that are expended will be, there will be semi-annual reports to the Department of Finance and Administration, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Speaker, and to the Department of Audit, so that these monies are carefully monitored. If there are no questions, I suggest adoption by the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. Senator Chasnow, Senator Wiggins. Pass. Senator Michelle. Pass. 39, 38 retain their place on the calendar. 40, Senator Parks. Pass. 41, Senator Wiggins. 42, Senator Wiggins. 43, Senator Wiggins. We're on 43, Senate. All the others retain their place on the calendar.
Go to that item called up, ask the
Mr.
title
Clerk,
be
please
read.
read the title.
House Bill number 1216, Circuit Judge and Chancellor's Increase Office Operating and Expense Allowance and Support Staff Funding.
My motion would be that we do adopt the conference report, and I'd be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. The only difference from what we passed was we took out language dealing with that we thought we needed for the what we've heard here today is 1020 and all that. This is the bill that increases the allowances for our circuit judges, raises it from 9 to 15,000, and it goes from 80,000 to 100,000 per fiscal year per judge for the staff that they have. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
That we adopt the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Okay. 44, sir. Senator Wiggins, 44. Not filed. Okay. 45. We go to 46. Senator Fillingane. Pass. 47. Senator Parks. The others retain their place on the calendar. 47, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2487, Mississippi Dual Enrollment Dual Credit Scholarship Program established.
Motion is to adopt the conference report.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. In this particular bill, this is a post-secondary educational financial assistance. This would be funding at a 40% of the average community college credit hour tuition for the current academic year. This applies for juniors and seniors in high school. This would be equal to 6 semester hours that a student could take during high school. This is a bill that is supported both by the superintendents and the community college, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. Senator Parks. Senator Hill. Pass. Senator DeBar. We're on 48. Retains its place on the calendar. Number 49.
Call that item up, have the title
Mr.
read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2749, School Board Members Increased Pay.
This is the conference report. You've seen this language for the 4th time now on the school board members, allowing the local districts to raise their salaries based on the population of the school district. Basically, it's the same as before. It's 4,000 up all the way up to 6,000, depending on the enrollment. And that's the explanation of the report, Mr. President. I yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator DeBar. We go to the general calendar. Senator Fillingane? Pass. Okay. One moment.
like to ask unanimous consent to go back to item 48 on the calendar, Senate Bill 2612.
Motion is for unanimous consent. All in favor, signify. Yeah, it's an all in favor, Senator Wiggins. Just 1 second, please. Which numbers, Senator?
48 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2612.
On item number 48, page 8, Senate, the motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you. I need to get unanimous consent to correct a couple of Scrivener's errors that the House drafting did on this bill. I need to amend line 131 by changing 20 to 22. I need to amend line 297 by striking 1, C, and D only. Need to amend on line 28 before subsection by inserting paragraph C and D of. Amend on line 322 before subsection by inserting paragraph C and D. They just got some things out of place.
Okay, questions? Questions? Okay, she's requested unanimous consent. Does anyone object to that procedure? Seeing none, it's granted.
Thank you. Now I'd ask to call the bill up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2612, Construction Bring Forward Code Sections Concerning Local Permitting and State Board of Contractors Licensing.
Like to be recognized to explain the conference report.
Recognize Senator Hill.
Okay, there's about 3 changes that we made to this bill. The first change would be on line 129 to 137. Prior to this bill, there is no opportunity for any county of any size to opt out of permitting as a condition for construction in the unincorporated areas. And what we would put in this bill on line 131 is a population with a county under 22,000, according to the most recent census, may opt out for up to 5 years. And then after 5 years, that would sunset. They would not be able to opt out. Then the next change would be for cities under 7,500 on lines 206 to 212. Any municipality with a population under 7,500 would be allowed to opt out until July 1, 2028, and then that opt-out provision would sunset. The next change would be on line 250. Right now, a remodeler, if you look at lines 245, a remodeler means any corporation, partnership, or individual who for a fixed price, commission, fee, wage, or other compensation undertakes or offers to undertake the construction or superintending of the construction of improvements to an existing residence. The current law says when the total cost of improvements exceeds $10,000. We would like to raise that to $12,500. And just for reference, the $10,000 has been in the current law since 1993. So with inflation, this is currently allowed less and less people to be able to work under this section. So we would like to change that to $12,500. The other thing that we would like to do are on lines 296 down to 320. And what that does is puts in code the current process that the Board of Contractors has been using to grandfather in the licensees for the subcontractors on electrical, plumbing, and HVAC. And this just puts it into the code that they can continue on that alternative path to examination up until the beginning of the next fiscal year. So that would give them an additional year to go through that process of being able to get that alternative licensure. And I can tell you that Senator Suber has worked diligently with interested parties to get to a compromise. He's been meeting with the attorneys for the various entities to get to this point. And these are not huge changes to this, but it does give some relief for some of the smaller workers who do smaller amounts of work. And the House has already passed this and adopted this conference report. So now it's up to the Senate to go ahead and give some relief and pass this conference report to these smaller entities.
Questions on the bill? Senator Thompson, for what purpose? Question, Senator Hill, will you yield?
Yes.
Senator Thompson, you're recognized for a question.
Senator Hill, would this apply to new construction as well as renovations?
On the permitting, to give the smaller counties and cities the opt-out provision, that could apply to new construction for permits. But on the licensing, that's for, basically that falls under the remodeler.
So if there's no permit, are there no inspections during construction? Is that what I'm to understand?
It just depends on county by county. Some do still have an inspector.
Some won't have any, some new construction will not have an inspection.
Some may not.
Has there been any consideration?
Well, you can't put power in certain places without inspections. So I do know that.
Right, so how does this interact with, how would this, not having a permit, not having an electrical inspection, for example?
Well, we would go back to just how we were doing it prior to last year. The way we've been doing it for years and years, letting counties and cities decide what they're going to permit and what they're not going to permit.
Okay, and has there been any consideration to what this may do for insurance, property insurance rates for these counties that may opt out of this?
These counties, basically, I've not heard from one insurance company, and I don't think Senator Suber has either.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hill.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question?
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator
Thank you,
Butler,
Mr. President. Senator, what are you trying to do here?
Trying to give some relief to cities and counties and give them back their powers that we took away from them last year.
All right, but they're not going to be expected, so you'll have an electrician that's really not an electrician while your house up?
No, sir. Under the current law, if they're a subcontractor under a general contractor, they still have to be licensed. The only thing that's changing is that for a remodeler who may not be licensed, we're increasing that threshold from $10,000 to $12,500. We're only giving those subcontractors an extra year to get that license, or an alternate license, through that process that the Contractors Board has been allowing them to do.
Again, you're saying that a subcontractor under a contractor can do it now.
They have to be licensed, and that's not going to change.
The licensed contractor, and then you have a sub.
Exactly. None of that's going to change. If they're a subcontractor under a licensed contractor, none of that's going to change. What we're just trying to do is give these HVAC, plumbing, and electrical an extra year to be grandfathered in through the process that the board's been giving them since we passed the law last year, to where they all have to be licensed, and we're just giving an extra $2,500 threshold for anybody that works on a remodeling job without being licensed.
But the subcontractor can actually work by himself up until what, 12.5?
Right, and right now
No license.
right now they can work up to 10, and that's been since 1993.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Norwood's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Now, as I understand from Senator Thompson, you're saying that permits, if permits are granted, and the permit basically will spell out what they're permitting. And if there is no permit, then there will be no inspection. The inspector the person who issued the permit doesn't have to come back and certify that what was done.
Now, I can tell you that for power to be hooked to a building, there has to be some type of inspection. I know that from living 40 years with somebody that does that.
But I'm saying, if I go and ask for a permit to do certain modifications to my property, if I go to and get that permit, then after the work is done, I expect that person, because I'm not a carpenter, I'm not a plumber, I don't fall into that. But that person, I expect the city representative to come back out and to inspect it and make sure that it is according to code. And you're telling me that that would no longer be in existence?
No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying that a city under 7,500 in population can opt out of requiring permits on everything that's done in there. That doesn't change the licensing scheme for anybody that does the work. That's just them not having to issue a permit for everything that they do.
But if they don't issue a permit, then there won't be any inspection of what was permitted, of what was done.
Well, if you can hire anybody you want to build something for you. We're not taking that away from you. You can hire whomever you want to do work.
I mean, so the intent is to provide relief to whom through this legislation?
To anybody that wants to do something small, on a smaller scale in these cities and counties. See, some of these cities and counties have had to hire extra people. Y'all are always worried about unfunded mandates, but a lot of these didn't have permit offices, and they've had to hire extra people and had to provide new staff to accommodate what this bill did last year, and that's what we're trying to provide some relief. They made it all these years without it, and then we went and told them last year that they had to have it.
So you don't feel that this is a necessary option, a necessary measure to protect the general citizen?
I think the general citizens can hire who they want, and I think that they don't always need government to protect them and help them figure out what they're doing. They can hire whomever they want. They can check their license, check their insurance, do whatever they want to do, fix the contract any way they want to. This doesn't change any of that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Hill.
Senator Harkins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
This will be a good one, yes.
Senator Senator Harkins, you can please proceed with a good question.
Do you know how, I guess my concern, and we've talked about this, and I think in light of what's going on right now, there's a lot of unlicensed folks swarming in on the state with the hailstorms that have passed through and with the storm damage across the state. Is the language still in the conference report? I don't have that section up on my screen, but is the language still in the report that the opt-out ends at a date certain?
Yes.
What
Yes,
date
the
is that?
opt-out ends July 1, 2028.
Okay. Do you know how many counties in this state are under 22,000?
I think it's 42.
42? Okay. And in the description, we're letting people who are, when it says subcontractor, that's obviously indicative of somebody that's working under a prime. They will be still, which was the law before we passed the bill last year, they were already required to be licensed.
Right.
That will still be intact.
Right, doesn't change that.
What about an individual electrician, plumber, mechanical contractor?
if they're
person
working
that
at-
does the work, but on their own, not under a prime?
Now, on their own, they can still do it up to $10,000 under the old law since 1993. All we're doing is adding, changing that.
$2,500?
Yeah, and I think, there's been way more inflation than that since 1993.
I would agree 1,000% in climbing on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr.
Senator
President.
Hill, for a question, Senator
I
Hill.
do.
Senator Hickman's recognized.
So, Senator Hill, just trying to understand the logistics of this bill. This would allow counties and cities of certain sizes to opt out completely of contracting or somewhat set lesser standards of when you would need, licensing, or set a different standard for when a contractor would need license. Is that pretty much
No,
what
it
this
has
does?
nothing to do with the licensing. It's about issuing permits.
Well, the permits, that's what I mean.
This doesn't change the license.
Well, permitting. So it would determine at what point and for what things a city or county would have to have permitting for.
The city could decide if the city's 7,500 or under, or the county's 22,500 or under, that they could decide on their own what they want to do.
Okay, and so they could set up a permitting system that looks different from counties and cities of larger size, or they could choose not to have a permitting system at all.
That's true.
Okay, so how do we come to the threshold, these threshold number? How do we come to the 7,500 and the 22?
Negotiating with the Board of Contractors, the House, the Governor's Office.
But what mechanism do we use? Why did we come up with these numbers? What things were used in this negotiation? Or was people just pulling out random numbers like an auction, or how did that work?
No, we originally had 30,000 and we negotiated back down to 22,500 because the consensus was that the bigger counties, there was more lawmakers that wanted the bigger counties to stay in the scheme.
So there was no idea just to maybe defer this whole statute to that time, but we chose kind of an arbitrary number.
Now, I would like to strike the whole statute, but there's compromise up here, and that's what we've been trying to do.
Okay, and we still don't know how we came up with this number other than just back and forth.
Negotiations, they happen up here all the time, and that's how we came up with this number, what the House and the Senate could agree on and what the other people involved could live with.
So theoretically, the number means nothing. It's just what we kind of toss back and forth.
I think it's a great number.
Thank you.
Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
I'd like to be recognized for a motion. My motion is we recommit the bill.
Motion to recommit. All in favor?
I'd like to get a roll call on that.
Just 1 second, ma'am. I think it's.
Can I?
Okay, I was correct. It is verbal, except for 6 or more, Senator. We need 6 senators to stand. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyone else? Senator Tate? 5, 6. We have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Now, if you want to recommit, vote yes. If you don't want to recommit, vote no.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Bowie, Branning, Bryan.
Yes, I want to vote to recommit.
Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill,
No.
Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blunt. Boyd. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Harkins. Hickman. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Jordan. McClendon. Norwood. Parker. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Thomas. Wiggins. Voting yes or yay. Blackwell, Boyd, Bryan, Delano, Frazier, Harkins, Kirby, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Thompson, Wiggins, and Williams. Voting no or nay. Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Branning, Kaufman, Chazanel, Chisholm, DeBar, England, Fillingane, Heel, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, McCon, McDaniel, Moran, Seymour, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Turner Ford, Whaley, and Younger.
Senator Butler, for what purpose?
To the vote, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I didn't hear my name called a second time. I would vote aye.
Butler, aye. Kevlin. Senator Hickman, for what purpose? To the vote.
To announce a pair, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
If Senator Derek Simmons were here, he would vote aye. I vote no.
Aye. Simmons, no. Hickman. Senator Butler, Albert.
Yes, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I vote no.
No. Butler. Senator Bryan. His light's on, please, ma'am. Would you mind, Senator Turner Ford, would you click that off for me? Thank you. One moment, please. Okay, the motion to recommit fails 28 to 17 yeas, 28 nays. Okay, Senator.
My motion would be adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
One moment, Senator McMahon.
I'd like to speak on the bill, speak against the bill.
You're welcome to speak against the bill, Senator.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Senate, for the sake of time, I'm not going to yield for any questions. I just want to share a few thoughts with you before we take this vote. Over the last 4 years, this body's worked very hard to make sure that people in the state of Mississippi are properly licensed, properly bonded, have a tax ID number so that they're paying their taxes, especially out-of-state contractors that were coming here and putting our contractors in Mississippi at a disadvantage by not collecting the sales tax. Unfortunately, I represent an area where we've had 4 tornadoes in the last 8 years. I can share with you, there are a lot of contractors out there who take advantage of people when these emergencies happen, when these natural disasters come through. Companies don't always act well. They come in, they'll leave components off roofs, and when you leave components off a roof, it may not leak for the first couple of weeks or months. But water has a way of finding its way in when components are left off. And normally, it's the poor and elderly and singles, though, that don't know anything about contracting that are left at a disadvantage. When they have leaking pipes or a leaking roof, or they find out they didn't get insulation in the wall or whatever the problem is, and they call these companies and they come to find out that it was a burner phone. For those that don't know what a burner phone is, just a phone, a track phone you buy, or a phone you would just buy somewhere for cash. I've had a lot of this go on in the district that I serve, so that I've worked hard with many of you in this chamber to be sure that we were able to get some legislation in place to take care of some of this. Now, I used to serve as an alderman in a city, and it's a small city. It was only, when I was there, it wasn't even a city, it was just a town. I can share with you, it is not a burden on these small cities to contract with an inspector. You don't have to hire an inspector. The cities can contract with an inspector, and there's a fee associated with that. When someone applies for their applies for their permit, that permit many times just covers the inspector's fee. So I'm going to vote no to this bill because there are some bad actors out there that are taking advantage of people, so I'm going to vote no. And I wish that you would think about that, especially with the amount of damage that we have in the state right now. You're lowering the standards. You're going to lower the standards, and there are going to be people that are going to be taken advantage of. I yield the mic.
Thank you, Senator Hill. To close, please.
Just as Senator Harkins questioned a while ago, this does not change subcontractors from having to be licensed if they're working under a general contractor. The only thing that this does is raise the threshold for somebody working on their own from $10,000 to $12,500. The sky is not going to fall, and it lets smaller counties and cities decide whether they want a permitting office or not. So I believe that was mischaracterized as to what this bill actually does. It only gives small amount of relief to people that can work with as a remodeler or on their own without a license. I think $2,500 is not going to make the roof cave in, okay, just so to speak. So I would ask you to just support this bill and adopt the conference report on the morning roll call.
Motion is to adopt by the use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to that procedure? Anyone object to that procedure? Seeing none, does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Mr. Clerk, if you'd ask me, Senator Bryan, Blunt, Boyd, Wiggins, Blackwell, Parker, Parks, Butler, Williams, McMahon, Boyd, Parks, Blunt, Michelle, Kirby, Norwood, Thompson, Frazier, Delano, Harkins, Younger. Anyone else? Polk? No. All of those were no, Mr. Anyone else? Okay. Would you please give us a total, please, ma'am? One moment to the vote. Senator Butler?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'd like to announce a pair.
Please proceed.
If Senator Simmons was here, he'd vote no. I vote aye.
Simmons, no. Butler, aye. Pair. Anyone else? Okay, would you read the no votes, Mr. Clerk?
Voting no or nay, Bryan, Blunt, Boyd, Wiggins, Blackwell, Parker, Parks, Butler of the 36, Williams, McMahon, Michelle, Kirby, Norwood, Thompson, Frazier, Delano, Harkins, Younger, and Polk.
One moment, Senator Thomas, for what purpose, sir?
President,
To the vote?
I would like to vote no.
No. Thomas. One moment, please. Senator Carter, for what purpose, sir?
To the vote.
Please proceed.
My vote is no.
No. Carter. Okay.
That's it. Everybody's here. So yes, sir, everybody's here. 31.
Thank you. 21 no votes. The measure passes. All right, Senator Wiggins.
Okay, good deal.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to suspend the rules and go to item 38, call that up, ask the title.
All in favor, signify. I'm sorry, Senator Blunt. You want to speak on the motion for unanimous consent? To suspend the rules. You want to speak on the motion to suspend the rules? Okay, Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
The motion is to suspend the rules, to go back on the calendar, I presume for House Bill 1020. That requires a 2/3 vote. I would ask you to vote no on the motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of considering House Bill 1020.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized. I think that's a different bill.
Incorrect. This is for item 38, and the House hasn't even taken up 1020. So I would ask you to vote yes.
A very rare slip on Senator Blunt's fault. All right, now we're ready. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on 38. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 510, Foster Parents Bill of Rights and Responsibilities created and required to be provided to foster parents.
The motion is we adopt the conference report, and I ask that Senator Boyd be allowed to explain.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the legislation you've now seen before you. I believe this is the third time that what the legislation does is it makes sure that foster parents are receiving timely payment, that they're getting proper notices of IEP meetings, that they're getting notices of doctor's appointments and when the children are going to need to be present for evaluations and many things like that. It's a problem within our system right now, and this will make sure that our foster families are considered in all of that, and it also will hopefully help with the planning and parents working together to reunify with families. That's the intent of the legislation. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Yield for a question, Senator Boyd.
Yes, sir.
Senator Norwood's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd, certainly we are concerned about the foster parents receiving their due diligence in terms of the benefits extended to them or afforded to them. But do we have anything in here as I peruse through it that would hold foster parents accountable and responsible for doing what they're supposed to do for the children that that they have under their protection, or under their leadership?
Senator Norwood, we really already have kind of a system set in place, and hopefully we'll have the system set in place where the judge can remove them, the social worker can remove them from the foster parent if they're not doing what they need to do. But also, we are hopeful of this legislation right here that it will further enable them to do their job, that they can help the children and they can help them successfully go to reunification, and that this will really help them make sure that they're present and that they're there for all their needed appointments, and also that they're financially meeting those needs of those children by making sure that the state is doing proper reimbursement for the cost that the foster families are doing. And so we really hope with this piece of legislation that we will further help those foster families do exactly what they're supposed to do for those children.
Do you have any numbers that would show how many of the children are in foster homes, are in foster care, that as it relate to family members, relatives, or?
Senator Norwood, it's a great question, and I do not have that right now, but I am happy to get that information to you as far as to how many are with relatives in foster care placement, and I do have that number somewhere. I just didn't bring it up here today, so I'll be happy to get that number for you on this too. And also, Senator Norwood, too, I'll remind you, we passed a piece of legislation yesterday that is an adoption foster care task force. So so additional issues that we feel like that are need further study, and additional concerns that anyone has. I know I've been tweeted at about help for the natural parents and things like that. We have all those things kind of encompassed in that very comprehensive study we're going to try to do on that adoption and foster care task force.
Okay. Let me ask you this now. The foster parents, I'm really concerned about the accountability and responsibility of foster parents.
We are too.
Doing what they're supposed to do. Are there, and you're telling me that there are no stipulations or no real penalties, if you will, for foster parents not doing what they're supposed to do? Because, we have, I can't phrase it as a question, if you mind, but concerned about child abuse.
Senator Norwood, we have a wealth of things in the criminal code already that really direct at the things you're talking about, and people are prosecuted under those. I can't tell you the exact number of prosecutions that we do have under that, but we also have caseworkers. We have CASA workers in a few of our areas across the state that are trying to make sure that these children are in placements. And it is, Senator Norwood, it is a system that we are trying to make a much better system. We have a CPS director that we've been meeting consistently with to try to do this, but there's not per se criminal penalties in here. But what we do know is there was a number of things that we weren't doing from the state end that really helped those foster parents be able to do their job effectively. And so this is what this bill attempts to address. But we do have a number of criminal code sections and those things like that when there's abuse and neglect of children. We have those in place. And one of the things that we will be looking at, hopefully, if the House passes it, in that adoption foster care task force, is looking to see if there needed additional penalties in that. This particular bill really focuses on trying to get those foster parents the tools they need to do their job better from the state's perspective.
And you are aware that even though we gave Child Protective Service additional ARPA money last year, that they are still, as I understand, grossly understaffed. And a lot of children and a lot of, and I would imagine the same as far as applies for foster parents, a lot of children that are under their care are really falling
Through the cracks.
because they do not have the staff that is to offset that. So I guess my end question is that who's going to be responsible for, if this will be a part of the caseworker's caseload, or is this something that's going to be relative to an outside entity that would be working with the foster parents on that?
No, sir. These are really just kind of clarifying, because what we found out is when you go from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, or really county to county, what you would do is you would have maybe one situation where this was automatically done, what's supposed to be done for the foster families. Reimbursement was taken care of on time. There was proper notice for meetings and things like that. But if you went to another county, that didn't happen. And so what this does is it's kind of a uniform procedures. We have worked with CPS on this. We have worked with the judges on this provision to make sure that we get some uniformity and the rules that families know that they can operate with. And additionally, it becomes even more confusing because you may have, for instance, you may have a child that is from Hinds County, but they have been placed with a foster child from in a foster home in Madison County. So, and they may have had children that have been placed with them before, because a lot of our foster families are repeat foster families. So they may have had a child from another jurisdiction. And so they may be operating with two sets of rules sometimes as to how quickly reimbursements are processed, or even whether or not the judge wants them to hear from them ever, or how they work with the guardian ad litem, depending on if you might be in Hinds County versus Madison County. So that's kind of the things that we're really looking at in this. And I agree with you, Senator Norwood. We have a lot of work still to do in helping our children in foster care. This is just one step in the right direction, but I hope this legislature for the next several years is really looking to see how that we help our children in child protective services, because there is a lot of work still to be done. This is just one small thing we can do that we know other states have done to make sure that we are really helping those children and the foster parents who are taking care of them.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You here for a question, Senator Board?
Yes, sir.
Senator Hickman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Board. Just a couple of quick questions. One, what things changed from the version of this bill that we passed out of this chamber to the current conference report that we have before us?
We really kind of reached with the House. We got, I believe, and I'm going to have counsel here help me just with that, but when we did this, we tried to make sure that the conference report that originally came before us had some language in it, and that's when we did a recommit on that, really did not really properly take into account the role of the youth court judge, and making sure that the youth court judge had the ability in the courtroom to have the parent in or not have the parent in, and then the ability, if the youth court judge really needed to ask them to have the discretion to ask them to leave the courtroom when that needed to take place. So we got that language kind of fixed, that we just kind of had an issue in the conference report.
So that leads kind of to my next questions. I know that when we were working on this bill, there were some issues with our youth court judges and some other people who would be involved in this formula. Would you say, and I don't know if you've actually spoken with them since we've seen this, since you've received this conference report, but from your conversations with them, would you think that they would be satisfied with this version of the bill?
I do. And so the Council of Youth Court Judges appointed 2 judges to work with us. And so I actually did talk to one of those judges that were one of the 2 judges appointed appointed us to this morning and kind of went through the changes with that. And they feel like it is a very workable bill, and it's a good bill for both foster parents, the children, and the natural parents as well.
And so I know you've, over the course of this last several months, you've worked with a lot of people, kind of getting these series of bills together. Within that equation, people who are affected by the Foster Parents Bill of Rights, like foster parents, CPS, the court systems, anybody in these systems who this bill would actually affect, are they dissatisfied with the work that we've done, or do they have any major objections to this passing?
They have not reached out directly to me if they do. And so I've kind of continued working with those people that kind of have been appointed to kind of represent those various groups and voices. I believe we've reached what I would consider to be a very good bill and a very good way to really help our foster families deliver to the children that they are serving.
So just my final question. So all of those groups and the people you worked with, you continue to work with them from when we passed the original bill off this floor until this conference report right now?
I was on the phone with them this morning.
Thank you so much, Senator Boyd. Thank you for your work on this issue.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Any other questions for the bill? Seeing none, Senator Boyd, we're ready for your motion, sir. Ma'am.
I would ask for adoption in the morning roll call of the conference report, Mr. President.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Boyd.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Hickman.
To the vote, Mr. President, I'd like to announce a pair.
Please proceed.
If Senator Derek Simmons was here, he would vote no. I vote aye.
Hickman, aye. Simmons, no. Anyone else? No. No. Blackman. Anyone else? Simmons, no.
No. I vote no.
Simmons, no. Anyone else? Okay. Bill passes. Thank you, Senate. Okay. We're looking at the calendar here. Does anyone have anything else before we take a short break? Any announcements? Senator Kirby? I'm sorry, I was handed a note. Do you want a Rules Committee meeting, Senator Kirby?
Yes, sir, upon recess in Pro Tem's office.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. I have a couple I don't think you've seen yet that were just handed to the
Thank you, Mr.
podium,
President.
and I'll give you
Thank you,
those.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kirby. Senator Norwood?
Yes, Mr. President, do you have you said short?
Yes, sir. We're looking at approximately 45 minutes, about 3:30, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. But Senator Pope's got to make the motion. I didn't make it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate to recess, subject to call the chair.
Recess subject to call of the chair. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. I'd like to call the Senate to order. Senator Wiggins. Senator Hobson, would you like to go first, Senator Hobson? Or? Sir? Okay, Senator Wiggins, we're ready for you, sir. Okay, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the unanimous consent to suspend the rules and go to
quick
House Bill. No. Let's see what Senator Blunt wants. 1149.
Thank you, Senator. 1149. Which number is that, sir?
Item 49.
Item 42.
Item 42, Mr. President.
Item 42, Senate, on the Senate calendar. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, and I will call on Senator Boyd as needed on this, but this is the CPS's path to permanency for the children that we've been working all session on. It comes out of the committees that we had this hearing to try to get the children through the system much faster. And the significance of this bill, what this has in the bill, if you recall, we had this separation of CPS from DHS in the bill. And so that begins at Section 7. And that's what we've been working on for a number of years, that the governor's office has requested that they really need this. Also, the path to permanency will allow us, as I said, to get the children through the system faster. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions on the bill?
If not, my motion would be to adopt the conference report using the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Good work on that. I appreciate you. Senator Boyd, thank you. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may suspend the rules for some corrections that need to be made, and it's 3 different. House Bill 1626, 1623, and 1624. I guess I don't know if I can take those up in block. If I can, I'd like to suspend the rules for the consideration.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, could you give us those numbers again, please, sir?
House Bill 1626, 1623, and 1624. Those are the Department of Health, Rehabilitation Services, and Division of Medicaid bills.
Okay.
These are for technical corrections.
Please explain. That was number 7 on 1626 on the calendar today. 23 and 24, sir. They're on the prior calendar. Just 1 second. We'll have it up. 1626.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, please read.
House Bill number 1626, appropriation, Health Department. House Bill number 1623, appropriation, Rehabilitation Services. House Bill number 1624, appropriation, Medicaid Division of.
My motion would be to take these up in block.
Anyone object? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My request would be that unanimous consent be granted to make the following technical corrections. In the Department of Health bill, line 578, inserting the words "of Mississippi" after the word "centers" and before, quote, "for." In House Bill 1623, the amendment would be on line 34 by deleting the number 831 and inserting in lieu thereof the number 922. And finally, on House Bill 1624, amend line 54 by deleting the number 868 and inserting in lieu thereof the number 927. I'll yield for questions. If there are none, I move for unanimous consent, the following clerical corrections be made.
Questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Hobson. Did you? Yes, sir. Do you have any other appropriations bills, Senator Hobson, right now?
No, Mr. President, I may just to update the bodies. We've got about 6 or 7 appropriation bills. A couple of them are being filed this afternoon. There are 1 or 2. I know the House is apparently adjourned and gone home. There are 1 or 2 that we don't have. We've got them ready, but we don't have conferees around to sign. Once we get those signed, it appears that we'll have to take those up, depending on what we do, either late tonight or sometime. I don't know if they're around to do the signatures, but if not, we'll have to take those up tomorrow, Mr. President.
I did go to check on the availability of conferees, and there was no one there, Senator. Okay, thank you. Senator Kirby, did you have some on the rules? Not quite ready? Okay, Senator Michelle, let's take yours while Senator Kirby's working here. So as many as we can get done here.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 39, House Bill 521.
39, House Bill 521. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. That's page 7. Senate, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 521, Length of Service Award Program authorized for the recruitment and retention of volunteer firefighters.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is going to be that we do adopt the conference report, and I'd like to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you, members of the Senate. This is our volunteer firefighter bill that we've spent a lot of time and effort on. Many of you might know, after the tornadoes last week, volunteer firefighters were some of the first people on site to provide help. And this is a program, a Length of Service Award Program. The acronym is LOSAP, L-O-S-A-P, Length of Service Award Program for the recruitment and the retention of volunteer firefighters. We're going to set up this fund, and it's going to consist of a board of trustees made up of the Commissioner of Insurance, the State Fire Coordinator, the State Treasurer, 1 member from the state at large appointed by the Governor, and 1 member from the state at large appointed by the Lieutenant Governor. And it will be the responsibility of the LOSAP Board of Trustees to establish a point system to avoid to rate the firefighters and base their time commitments on awards to be presented. It would determine the annual contribution to each volunteer's LOSAP account, and this would create a fund in the state treasury known as the Mississippi Volunteer Firefighters Length of Service Award Fund. And we have in this legislation that the money should be invested in liquid type funds. We don't want to have what occurred this last year in the S&P 500 or the Dow Jones, where it lost as much as almost 30% in 1 year. So this will be liquid funds invested in T-bills and other direct obligations of the state. These awards should be up to a maximum of $500 per year per account, and the provision of this section shall stand repealed on July 1st of 2016. And this fund is started with seed money that we've already appropriated in the appropriation bill for the Department of Insurance's budget. And we'll hope to have hearings this summer, the Insurance Committee, to determine other opportunities for future plans for funding the contributions, which may include donations, county contributions, or money from either the State Fire Fund or premium taxes in the Insurance Department. And this is great legislation that will help more than 9,000 volunteer firefighters throughout our 82 counties in Mississippi. I'll be glad to yield any questions. Motion is adoption of the conference report, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Butler.
Use the morning roll call.
Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Yield for question, Senator Michelle.
Yes.
Senator Butler, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Michelle. So this is going to actually give them money for time of service?
Yes, the Board of Trustees will be in charge of setting up the point system that they want to reward these people for service. The amount of hours they put in and how much help they give, that will be the basis for the contribution that they will receive up to a maximum of $500 per year.
Okay, now these are not retirees, these are people actually working.
These are volunteers.
But I'm talking about volunteers.
They could have another job, which could, believe it or not, be firemen for a county or something in their spare time.
Right.
As if they hadn't worked hard enough, they could volunteer on their spare time for a volunteer fire department, or they could be like you and I, volunteer for volunteer fire department.
Okay, so that would be maybe another incentive to kind of help them get volunteer firemen.
Be another what?
You think it'd be an incentive to help them?
Yes, we want, this is a good incentive to retain them and to thank them as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. All right, Mr. President, my motion is adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Anyone object to procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator Michelle. Thank you, Chief Pope, and all the people and all the firefighters worked so hard on that bill. Real proud of what they do and this expression of our appreciation for all they do. Okay, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of, well, they just passed it out. I don't think they're numbered, but it's 12 items, starting with, well, I'll name them, the ones in block.
Yeah, we need to read them and then we'll do the motion for immediate consideration, sir.
Right, I want to make sure we're bringing the right ones up, though, Mr. President. If I can just name, not read, but just SR 102, 103, 104, 110, 111, 5758, or I'm sorry, HCR 57, HCR 58, HCR 56, HCR 59, 62, 63, and 64. Now,
and then we'll need a vote for unanimous consent to suspend and take up these, and we'll get the chairman.
block. Yes,
In block. Unanimous consent first. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Now, in block. Anyone in block? Okay, seeing none, we're ready to read, I think, Senator.
Yes, sir. Please read the title.
Mr. Clerk.
Senate Resolution Number 102, congratulate Cooper Connor State Games Youth Athlete of the Year. Senate Resolution Number 103, celebrating 100th anniversary of Montgomery County Farm Bureau. Senate Resolution Number 104, recognize the 50th anniversary of the establishment of JSU Department of Political Science. Senate Resolution Number 110, commend Boonville Blue Devils Middle School boys basketball team for winning Mississippi Middle School Basketball Championship. Senate Resolution Number 111, commend Belmont Lady Cardinals Junior High basketball team for winning Mississippi Middle School Basketball Invitational Championship. House Concurrent Resolution Number 57, Dr. Daphne Hill, commend accomplishments of. House Concurrent Resolution Number 58, Dr. Kent Hoblet, commend for many years of dedicated service as Dean of Mississippi State University School of Veterinary Medicine. House Concurrent Resolution Number 56, Representative Edward Blackman Jr., commend distinguished legislative career and public service of upon the occasion of his retirement. House Concurrent Resolution Number 59, Representative Tommy Reynolds, commend distinguished legislative career and public service of upon the occasion of his retirement. House Concurrent Resolution Number 62, Representative Tom Weathersby, commend distinguished legislative career and public service of upon the occasion of his retirement. House Concurrent Resolution Number 63, Representative Alice G. Clark, commend distinguished legislative career and public service upon the special occasion of her retirement. House Concurrent Resolution Number 64, Speaker Philip Gunn, commend on the esteemed and laudable legislative career of.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, all of these have been reviewed by the Rules Committee and all just commending resolutions. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I ask for use of morning roll call for final passage.
Questions on the bills? Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Voting no. Present. Seeing none, all resolutions pass. Thank you, Senator Kirby. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have another list that's going to be brought here any second. If I may start before, just telling what we're going to do. I'd like to be recognized for that.
Senator Kirby, I think they're saying it's going to be a few minutes. We may want to start on something else. Just one moment.
Okay.
Senator Wiggins, you ready to start?
That would be good.
Senator Kirby, if you'd yield to Senator Wiggins, we'll start on that while they're preparing the remainder of the resolution, sir.
Thank you. I yield.
Senator Wiggins is recognized.
I ask for unanimous consent to suspend the rules and go to item 41, House Bill 1020, and call that up, ask the title be read.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
I'm going to try again to speak on the motion, Mr. President.
Okay. Senator Blunt's recognized to speak on the motion for consent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the bill that I was a little too eager to address a few minutes ago. This is House Bill 1020. This is a very important bill involving the districts of many of us in here. And the motion is to suspend the rules. I'm going to ask you to vote against that motion. And then the bill would be, that's not a killing motion. That would require that the bill come up tomorrow in the regular order of business. The House has gone home. A lot of people have gone home. This is an important bill for many of us, and it deserves public notice, public scrutiny. And for that reason, I'm going to ask you to vote against the motion to suspend and the bill. The chairman will have the opportunity under the deadlines to bring the bill up tomorrow in the regular order of business. So I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Question from Senator Blunt. Senator Bryan, for what purpose?
A parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, sir.
What is the question before the House?
Question is a motion currently to suspend the rules, which
So
was
the
proposed by-
motion that's pending is the motion to
suspend the rules. That is correct, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you to vote against the motion and I guess
Senator Wiggins, you'll be responding to close, and then we'll vote, sir.
I would ask you to vote for the motion. We can have the debate now, or we can have it tomorrow. And I think that so I'm asking to suspend the rules.
The motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Chairs at doubt. Call the roll. Senator Moran, what is it?
Call the roll. Barnett.
One moment, you go. We're on calling the roll, and then we'll get back to the points.
Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chadzenall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Carter, Delano, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, McClendon, McMahon, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, aye, okay. Voting yes or yea, Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Butler for 36, Butler for 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
Okay, Senator Hill's light is on there. Okay. Hold on, Senator Hill is here. One moment. We're on the vote still, Senator.
To the vote, I vote aye.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Any other matters on this vote? On this vote, Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. President, I didn't hear him call my name. Did he actually record me as what I was voting?
No.
The clerk says you voted aye, sir.
I voted no, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, no, I'm sorry. You
thank
got no, we're fixing to read the names again. Anyone else, Senator Barnett? Senator Barnett, no, Mr. Clerk. On the vote, anyone? Senator Michelle, on this issue? For what purpose do you seek recognition, sir?
My point is that Senator Barnett was not in the chamber when the vote was taken.
One moment, please, Senator Horn. We'll take them one at a time, sir. First, Senator Michelle, he was here before we call the vote. Senator Horn? Okay. Anyone else on this vote? Okay.
So, okay, Barnett being recorded. Yes, sir.
Senator Hill, the names of those not voting thereafter the presidential non-attended request to record a vote. Except that any senator who's voted recorded may change his vote or the result is unanimous. But even after the vote, once the names of those not voted has been called a second time and not posted a third time, the request to record a vote. Hill and should not be recorded. What rule? 115. After the roll has been once called, the secretary shall call in the alphabetical order the names of those not voting, and thereafter the president shall not entertain.
Okay, Senator, the clerk has corrected me on that matter. Neither Senator Hill nor Senator Barnett's vote will be recorded. Rule 115. Okay, let's get the results, sir, and then we'll go on. Senator Blackman, for what purpose, ma'am?
A parliamentary inquiry.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, would the two-thirds be based upon the morning roll call?
I believe not. One moment, please, ma'am. No, ma'am, those present and voting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, we're getting close here. Motion passes 31 to 15. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We're ready to read the title, Senator.
Call item 41, call it up and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1020, Capital Complex Improvement District Court authorized.
My motion will be that we do adopt the conference report and be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know this body is familiar with this bill, and I will start off by saying that the conference report that's before you is essentially 100% of how this bill left this chamber. It's the Senate position plus a couple other things. And I want to go through the highlights where they're different. So again, the bill's just like it was when it came through the Senate with the exception of these additions. But I will point out, starting in section 2, we have the full-time assistant public defenders going to the 7th Circuit, which is Hinds County, as I've mentioned. You also have in section 3, the district attorney of Hinds County may appoint 2 full-time assistant DAs in addition to those already appointed. If you remember, we had removed that provision due to some reasons. That's back in the bill. So Hinds County will have 2 prosecutors if they elect to appoint them and 3 full-time assistant public defenders. And then at line 76, the DA, if they so choose, can appoint a full-time criminal investigator in addition to the ones they already have. That's additional. We didn't have that, so they're getting that to work towards their cases. Now, one of the biggest things in this conference report that has been agreed to with input from the governor's office, Commissioner Tindall, and the House and Senate leadership is that actually there's going to be a number of phase-ins which were not in the original conference report or even in the original bill. So if you look at section 4, where it says from and after January 1 of 2024, what is established there is an inferior court, which is effectively a municipal court. That's all it is. If you recall, when the House bill came over, their position was an inferior court. And this is simply a municipal court, and as was stated when the bill was presented to you originally, what happens in getting the backlogs done is a lot of the preliminary matters are handled in your lower courts. And that is what's happening here. In our version, it was going through the county court, but now there's a municipal court. But if you look over on line 113, it says this section shall stand repealed on July 1st, 2027. So it is temporary in nature. And the municipal court in the CCID, it states on line 89, shall have the same jurisdiction as municipal courts to hear and determine all cases and the violations in the traffic laws. So remember, we're trying to get a handle on the backlog and the criminal matters in Jackson. If you look at line 105, AOC shall provide compensation for the inferior court. You will also see later in the bill, as was brought up on the Senate floor by our friends from Jackson, our Democrat friends, there were some questions about the judges not having adequate staff on the temporary matters, and we are providing temporary staffing for those judges, including a clerk. And I wanted to take this time to remind you that what you see in sections 1 and 2 is what we have been doing for the last 2 years through the appropriation process. And as I mentioned when we first presented it, that was subject to the 1-year appropriation process. We are codifying this and stating, as I said then, that the judges and the prosecutors will go through 26, because those are being paid for by the ARPA funds. In Section 5, the Attorney General shall designate 2 attorneys to serve as prosecuting attorneys within the CCID court. In line 125, the Hinds County DA is authorized to prosecute cases in that inferior court, but he's also not prohibited from taking cases as otherwise allowed. Section 6, that's where we talk about the AOC working with the CCID to provide staffing for the inferior court. You will notice on line 145, it says stand repealed on July 1st, 2027. Then going to section 8, what you will notice at line 153 is it says through June 30th, 2024, this section shall read as follows. That is the current CCID map. That is what we have right here. Senator Michelle will be my assistant. The red is the current, and we're also putting it up on the screen. There you go. Oh, thank you. The red is the current CCID. As you can see there, that is the current CCID starting at Section 8. That is what will go through June 30th of 2024. So you heard about the discussion about the funding of the Capitol Police. We are now up to, Commissioner Tindall is up to 150 officers that will go to cover that area. If you go over to line 231, where it says July 1st, 2024, this section shall read as follows. That's where it expands the CCID to go to that point. If you look at the map, thank you, Mr. White. The blue is the expanded CCID. The northern boundary is Northside Drive, with the southern boundary being south of Jackson State. Thank you. The council is pointing out to me that there's some blue left off. So this area right there will be included. Monument Street down to Rose. Monument Street down to Rose. So that will be the expanded CCID. If you remember, the House's original version took it all, the northern boundary all the way to County Line Road. When the bill left this chamber, it went to Meadowbrook Road. The compromise through the conferee process and working to properly set up the Capitol Police for success. It was Northside Drive. It was the request of the governor and also the Commissioner Tindall and Capitol Police that there be definite boundaries, and that's so to aid in the jurisdiction. And so that's why you have the map that you do there. Thank you. Then in section 9, that's the current law that is the original CCID diversion language. As you recall, the current law is 6% of the total sales tax revenue goes to the CCID. When the House sent it over, they were at 12%. Before you is 9%. That's been agreed to by all the conferees on that. If you go to section 10, this states that the city of Jackson at all times shall adequately staff its police department with the necessary number of law enforcement officers and shall continue to enforce all the ordinances. Unfortunately, there has been some, information that because of the intersection of JPD and Capitol Police, the JPD has unfortunately not always responded. The plan, and Chairman Fillingane will explain that in the companion bill to this, the idea as set out by the Commissioner of Public Safety in consultation with the others is to have primary jurisdiction by the Capitol Police and the CCID, and JPD to have primary jurisdiction in the areas outside the CCID. If you look at section 11, that's the language that was in there about body worn cameras. Each Capitol Police officer is to have body worn cameras in good working conditions. In the budget that we have passed, there is funding for that to get the officers to adequately have the body cameras in place. Then if you notice section 12, that is the language we had by October 1st of this year. The AOC, along with the circuit court, is to get us the data. So for circuit court, for judicial redistricting, so that we can start that process with the idea that if the data shows it, then there could be a elected judge put there. Then if you look at section 13, the Commissioner of Public Safety shall develop a 911 system to be used by any person in the boundaries. As many of you have probably heard in the questions that you've received, there's been a lot of problems about the 911 and answering that. Commissioner Tyndall in particular has stated that he will work to get that done. I will also note that in the bill that will be coming before you, there is a requirement that there be public hearings on a quarterly basis between Hinds County Sheriff's Office, Jackson PD, and the Capitol Police. Then lastly, in section 15, AOC and the Chief Justice will manage the caseload of the special judges appointed in section 1 and to work that. So the idea is to get that through. And with that, Mr. President, be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we'll start with Senator Horn. For what purpose, sir?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Horn is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Wiggins, I have a few questions, and I hope you'll be patient with me as we go through them. So in section 1, 4 temporary judges are going to be appointed by the Chief Justice. And as I understand it, we already have 4 special judges that are serving currently. And as I understand it, these folks, once this bill becomes law, could be reappointed to serve between now and December 1st of 2026.
Correct. That's the language that was in the Senate position, and that's the language that I think you helped support during the appropriation a couple years ago to get the judges there. And you'll notice that expires on December 31st, 2026.
And is this from an after passage or July 1st? This is July 1st, right?
Yes, July 1st.
Oh, okay. So by August 15th, excuse me, by July 15th, these judges would have to either be appointed or reappointed. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And there was a lot of questions about staffing and support staff, in particular bailiffs, court reporters, court administrators, et cetera. Are there any additional, for these 4 special appointed judges, are there any additional support staff being provided?
My recollection is yes. I'd have to find it in the bill, but yes. Because we heard that as an issue, and so we wanted to do that.
All right, and under Section 2, there are 3 full-time assistant public defenders.
Correct.
Are these positions permanent?
Yes.
Permanent as far as being subject to the availability of appropriations?
Subject to the legislature, which those do not exist now. And I think it goes without saying, but I'll say it, if this bill fails, then those are not being appropriated or required.
And how many permanent public defenders does that bring District 7 up to?
My understanding, I think there's currently 6, so that may be 9.
Okay. And as it relates to the 2 full-time ADAs, with those 2, I assume that they are permanent as well?
That's correct. And if that was the DA bill that we passed earlier today, and when I referenced the 7th Circuit, that's what I was talking about.
So does that bring up to 13, the total number of ADAs?
Actually, it's 14. It's 14.
I thought they had 11.
Because there's 11, okay, 2 full-time. Actually, if you read the other bill, I'm sorry, it was actually a total of 3, and so it's 14.
So is it 3 ADAs or 2 ADAs?
3. I'll defer to the other bill we passed earlier.
But in this bill, it says 2.
It does, but I think there's some extra. I think in the other bill, it says they're getting 1, and then subject to this bill passing, then you get another 2. And also, if you look at line 76, that's where the criminal investigators are. The 1.
Okay, so I have the 2nd conference report that I've printed out. It's not consistent with the lines on the bill that's on the screen. So I'm not sure which version.
The one I have was filed March 29th.
So that was yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. I just, it's the 2nd report. Well, here you are. So that's a small matter. I just want to continue the question if we could. So 1 investigator on line 86, is that in addition to, is that investigator considered to be an ADA or?
No, so the state law authorizes what's called criminal investigators to assist the DA offices, and the state pays for those. And so this year, and it's been requested for a couple years, we, not only in Hinds County, but a couple other places, we authorize criminal investigators.
Okay. And so we're going to get some clarity on whether it's 2 or 3 ADAs.
Yes.
Right? Okay. All right. And on Section 4, who triggers the development of the inferior court? Does it's automatically authorized, and then the Supreme Court Chief Justice will start its organization and standing the court up?
Well, yeah. So first of all, it's not even started until January 1 of 2024.
Yeah.
And then if you look at line 81, as stated there, pursuant to the Article 6 in the Constitution, which sets out, you can set up inferior courts. It's set up as the jurisdiction of a municipal court. And then later on in the bill or in the section, I think 99, Chief Justice shall appoint the judge authorized by the section who has to have the requirements, and then the AOC of the court shall provide compensation for the judge, and not be an amount less than that paid to the municipal court judges and their staff in the city of Jackson.
And again, I'm not sure about these lines, but I think in section 4, maybe on line 103, the Chief Justice has the authority to name the special inferior court judge.
Yeah, in the version I have, it's actually starting at line 99.
Okay. All right.
And by the way, if I may add, and I know there was some debate before, the Chief Justice has the authority to make such appointments in special circumstances. And as you can tell, with this being a temporary, this is a special circumstance. So that's where a lot of that's coming from. And by the way, that's what was set up in the appropriation bill that we've been doing for the last 2 years. The other judges.
All right. Now, is this inferior court judge going to be in addition to the 4 special appointed judges?
Yes.
And will that person be required to be a resident of Hinds County? I know that the special judges.
If you look at line 102,
have to be.
If you look at line 102, such judge shall be a qualified elector of this state and shall have such other qualifications as provided by law for municipal judges. In that area, there does not say they have to be a resident of that, but they do have to follow the other qualifications.
All right. And what about the special prosecutors? Do they have to be residents of Hinds County?
They do not. But when special prosecutors and special judges are appointed, for example, there's many times that the Chief Justice appoints the judges. They don't have to be from Jackson County to serve in Jackson County, for example.
But this is a little different than most special judges.
Well,
do you agree?
I agree. We are in a serious situation that we're trying to help the city of Jackson get out of.
Okay, and as it relates to the inferior court, the special judge for the inferior court, and the 2 prosecutors appointed by the AG, they would all sunset on July 1st of 2027. Is
correct?
That correct? All right. And what is the rationale for the Attorney General making the prosecuting attorney selections?
That was a requirement of the House, or that's where the House's position was. We thought that would be, we didn't have a problem with it, as they can appoint them there. They can do the prosecution like the others. So it being a special court too, the Attorney General can make those appointments.
And so the administrator and other support staff for the inferior court, the appointment of an administrator for the inferior court will be handled by AOC with advice, I guess, consent by the Chief Justice.
Correct.
And then AOC will also hire and appoint other support staff.
Correct.
All right, and again, I apologize. I've marked up and made notes on the copy that I have, so it's hard to flip over. But as it relates to I think this may be existing law where it talks about who has jurisdiction and enforcement on properties of the Fair Commission, et
No,
cetera.
that's not in this.
It is, but I think it's existing language.
Okay.
But my question is, I think we're giving Capitol Police authority to manage events and activities within CCID, are we not?
That's not in this bill right before us. But I want to point out that in section 6, starting at line 132, where it says the AOC in consultation with Chief Justice shall appoint a clerk for the Capitol complex. And then it goes on to say shall provide support staff. Senator Horn, that's a direct result of your questioning during the first go around on this bill, where it was stated that and understand, I realize that this is a municipal court that we're talking about, but your point was well taken, and we wanted to provide that staffing and the infrastructure to make it a success.
But as it relates to the state fair, Dixie National, I guess we're still doing Dixie National. We are Cutting Horse Association, St. Patty's Day Parade, whatever events and activities that go on located in CCID, who has primary jurisdiction?
Well, the way this is set up would be within the CCID would it be a municipal court going through there. And it does say that it doesn't prevent the district attorney, there's somewhere in there, to take it to the other places. But it would be the CCID municipal court. And that's where it would be.
And the near line 236, where it talks about who's got jurisdiction and where, it says the jurisdiction of Department of Public Safety under this subsection 6 shall be concurrent to the jurisdiction of the city of Jackson and that of Hinds County within the boundaries of Capital Complex Improvement District. Well, what does that mean?
Okay, I think you're looking at something different. That's not in the report that we're on.
Okay. So who has primary jurisdiction in the city of Jackson?
You're talking about law enforcement?
Yes.
That's not in this bill before you.
But let me ask you that question. Who has primary jurisdiction?
Again, that's not in this bill before you.
Okay, there's been a lot of questions about an MOU.
That's not in this bill or any other bill that's related to that. That was taken out.
May I ask my question?
Sure.
There's been a lot of talk about who has jurisdiction, who will take the lead here, who will take the lead there, an MOU that folks won't sign and whatnot. My question to you is who will have primary jurisdiction over law enforcement in the city of Jackson and who will have primary jurisdiction within CCID?
And with all due respect, that is not in this bill that we're debating right now. There's a companion bill that will be brought up subsequently where that will be explained by Chairman Fillingane.
Okay, you're talking about 2343, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And so is the issue of the quarterly meetings in this bill?
That's, my recollection is that's in 2343.
Okay. And is the 3%, are they going from the 6% to the 9% in this bill?
Yes, from 6% to 9%.
Now, I assume that this is the 6% that we created and dedicated to the standing up of CCID in the beginning. Is that right?
That is correct, and I will state at this point that I certainly, on specifics, will defer to Senator Michelle, who's a conferee, who can answer any specifics on that, but that is what you're talking about.
Okay, and that was set aside. It was a 2 and then 4 and then 6%. Is it all sales tax collected within the city of Jackson, or are there any carve-outs?
I see Senator Michelle nodding, yes, it's all.
It's everything?
Yes.
And it generates about $10 million a year?
Yes, and that is
6% collection rate.
And the way I will say it is that is a diversion of sales tax that no other city gets.
Yes, sir. And that'll generate somewhere in the neighborhood of $16 million a year.
Right. Right.
Will that continue to be used as CCID is currently using it, or are there any expanded uses of that extra 3%?
In this bill, there is no expanded uses. It's being raised from 6% to 9%.
And so Capitol Police's funding will not come out of this additional 3% collection?
Not the way this is written, no.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Do
President.
you have for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Norwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins, could you give me a total cost that will be associated with the enactment of this legislation?
I cannot. I'm not sure if you're. Let me put it this way. If you're asking for a figure of what it costs between the Capitol Police that we've already appropriated, that the judges that are being handled and all being, for lack of a better term, diverted to the city of Jackson, you're talking in the tens of millions of dollars.
Okay, now, following back up on what Senator Horn asked, you're saying that none of these funds are coming from the taxes or the tax conversion that will be coming to the city of Jackson. These funds are coming out of general funds?
No, so that's what the 9% is for, which was set up in the original CCID, was a diversion of those funds.
So that's the 18.5% plus.
Correct.
The 9%.
Which, if I understand things correctly, so to your point, every city gets 18% diversion of the state sales tax. On top of that, the city of Jackson's getting this, if this bill passes, 9%.
9%, and that would go to fund the activities that's a part of 1020.
Yeah, well, that was originally in the original legislation for the CCID, which was at 6%, and what we're simply doing is raising it to 9%.
But we don't have a total at this point.
I would, Senator Michelle, if you would like, can provide all the numbers on that, and he can get that to you. He's very familiar with it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are you
President.
for a question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins, for yielding. Senator Wiggins, when this bill left the Senate, there was some language, and as you may recall, several amendments regarding elected judges. Is any language remaining in this conference report too regarding an additional elected judge for the 7th Circuit?
So if you look at section 12, this was the language that was adopted by the Senate and went into conference. That's the language right there, section 12, which is where they're supposed to provide the legislature the data with the idea that when we enter into judicial redistricting, we'll consider that.
Okay. And that's for one additional elected judge?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And my next question, could you go with me to section 4, starting the first full sentence at line 85, based upon the report I have, where it establishes the jurisdiction of the inferior court?
Yes. I see it.
Okay. Do we want the inferior court to handle any matters outside what other municipal courts do in the state of Mississippi, or is it the intent of this conference report for the inferior court and the CCID to handle any and all matters consistent with all of our municipal courts in the state?
That's what the language right there says, is that it has the jurisdiction of the municipal courts across the state.
Okay.
And as you know, that includes criminal preliminary matters.
On felonies?
Huh?
On felonies?
Yes.
Okay. Well, could you go with me under section 5, starting with the Attorney General lines 114, where it talks about the jurisdiction of those 2 attorneys that will serve as prosecuting attorneys in the CCID. Like, why would we have language on line 115 that says for any cause of action?
Well, you have to have, in any municipal court, let's just put it this way, that in the municipal court, you have a municipal prosecutor. So that's the equivalent, and they prosecute the cases, but they also handle other matters, and that's what they would do here. That's what they would do. So that's what that's saying.
Okay.
I mean, you can't have a municipal court without a prosecutor.
Right, I understand it. But if you would go back with me under section 4, even at lines 88 to about lines 92, we being very specific about what the jurisdiction is in the municipal court or the inferior court. And it says it will have the same jurisdiction as municipal court to hear and determine all cases charging violation of motor vehicle and traffic laws of this state and violation of traffic ordinances, which I agree with that because that's what all our municipal courts do. I was just trying to
Can you say that again, that you agree with this?
I'm saying I agree that municipal courts in Mississippi deal with this type of jurisdiction.
Right.
I was trying to reconcile that with what the two attorneys appointed by the Attorney General would do, where it has language that they would handle any cause of action.
I'm not sure what you're saying, but I think the language is clear that they would handle that.
Okay. I guess my question is at line 115.
Right. Right, and notice that in line 116, it says within the jurisdiction of the Capitol complex. So it's not, you know, just anywhere in the city.
I have another question.
Right.
Do our prosecutors, city prosecutors anywhere in the state of Mississippi, do they have authority to go to grand juries, to present to grand juries to get a formal indictment?
Yes, in fact, that's, if I understand what you're saying, that's state law. Like if you have a, first of all, I think a question was asked earlier, a grand jury can take up any misdemeanor cases. A municipal judge can bind a case over to the grand jury for consideration, be it a misdemeanor or a felony. So I'm not really sure why that would be any different.
So as a former prosecutor, Senator Wiggins, you are saying municipal court prosecutors go before grand juries to get indictment?
No. The judge orders it to be bound over to the grand jury.
The municipal court judge?
Right, that's right.
And the person who presents felony matters in the state of Mississippi is in fact the DA. Do you agree with that? Or ADA?
Yeah, it's a DA, and then you have prosecutors, and then you have attorney general prosecutors who come in and prosecute depending on the cases and the authority that's given to them.
So how do we reconcile the language starting at the first full sentence of 119 and ending at 124?
Senator Simmons, I'm sorry, I don't see the discrepancy. The attorney general, the prosecuting attorneys come from the attorney general's office, and they make that prosecution. They handle it just like any other prosecutor. And again, this is temporary. Okay, this will expire in 2027. And this is, remember, we're here to get through the backlog and the cases that we have.
I'm simply just trying to find out the difference in the role based off the language in Section 5 between the elected DA of Hinds County and these two attorneys that will be appointed by the Attorney General to work according to this CR in an inferior court. As you know, Senator Wiggins.
So I want to refer you to line 125. The Hinds County DA is authorized to prosecute cases in the CCID inferior court as well. And then it goes on to say it doesn't prohibit it. So the current DA can do that as well.
I understand.
Okay.
And my question goes specifically to lines 119 through 124, where it says the attorneys shall prosecute cases in the court provided for the CCID inferior court, and also in the same manner and with the same authority of the law provided for the district attorney and county prosecuting attorneys by filing an indictment or any other criminal action that accrues or occurs in whole or part in the CCID. And the only problem I'm having, and I may not be understanding, is that in municipal court, anywhere else in the state of Mississippi, city prosecutors deal with municipal court and traffic violations. And if we are trying to have two attorneys to work in an inferior court as the legislation calls for in the CCID, why would they have powers similar to the elected DA of Hinds County? That's my only concern.
My answer to that question, if I understand, is it's temporary. It's temporary. It expires in 2027. We're putting the resources in the city of Jackson.
My last question, and it goes to the inferior court that we are establishing. Is it anywhere in the state of Mississippi where a person in a municipal court in the state of Mississippi, if convicted, will be housed in Mississippi Department of Correction?
No, but again, special circumstances, and that language, I don't know all the circumstances, but there is, from what I'm being told, there is a tremendous problem because there's no jail in the Hinds County, or it's closed, or it's not working, and you got to put them somewhere.
So under section 4, starting at line 96 and ending at line 98, where it says any person convicted in the CCID inferior court, not circuit court, inferior court, which is parallel to municipal court based off this conference report.
Senator Simmons, I think I would say if the city of Jackson had a working jail, that language would have said the city of Jackson jail. But from what I understand, it's not working, so.
Everywhere in the state of Mississippi where there's not a working jail, Senator Wiggins, people are housed in the county jail. Why MDOC? That's my question.
It's a state entity, is all I can say.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackman. For what purpose, ma'am?
I have some questions, and I'd like to speak at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Senator. Your question, Senator Wiggins, would you yield for a question? Senator Blackman, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiggins, on line 53, where it says that the Administrative Office of Courts shall establish the personnel policies to compensate the support staff, does the Administrative Office of the Courts presently establish personnel policies for any of the courts throughout the state of Mississippi, inferior courts?
I don't believe so, but my recollection is that language is a direct result of your questioning and some others that said that the temporary special judges are lacking the staff. And so we certainly wanted to make their job successful and easier. So the AOC works with the special judges, works with the Chief Justice, and that's what we're trying to do, is to set up personnel policies for staff that if this does pass, it'll be there for 3 years, and we want to have a working court system.
And on lines 96 to 98, what Senator Derek Simmons referred to, is there anywhere in the state of Mississippi where someone is convicted in municipal court and then they are placed in the custody of the Mississippi Department of Corrections?
I don't know, but again, like I said, we're dealing with special circumstances here.
On line 105, says the Administrative Office of Courts shall provide compensation for the CCID inferior court judge. Is there anywhere in the state of Mississippi that the Administrative Office of Courts provide the compensation to other inferior courts?
I don't know. Again, my answer is we're under special circumstances here.
And a follow-up to Senator Derek Simmons' questions regarding the Attorney General and appointing these prosecuting attorneys, and they are going to be operating in an inferior court, with this municipal court. Do we presently have anywhere in the state of Mississippi prosecuting attorneys being appointed by the Attorney General to bring causes of action in inferior courts?
There are no doubt special circumstances where the Attorney General comes in and prosecutes, and yes, that happens throughout the state of Mississippi.
In a municipal court?
I'm sure if it was requested, it certainly would be allowed and could happen.
In Section 6 on lines 132, the Administrative Office of Courts, in consultation with the Chief Justice of the Mississippi Supreme Court, shall appoint a clerk to this inferior court. Is there any instance in the state of Mississippi for any of our inferior courts where the Administrative Office of Courts, in conjunction with the Chief Justice, has appointed a clerk to a chancery or circuit?
Well, again, this is a special circumstance, and again, this is a response to the debate that we heard from yourself and others that under the temporary special judges, they didn't have appropriate staff and needed some help. And so when we did the inferior court, we wanted to make sure that that, I guess, didn't happen again, and, you know, they had the resources. So we heeded your advice.
I'm sure, as a lawyer, and when you were in law school in particular, you studied the Constitution, and under the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, it guarantees individuals due process of law. Is that not correct?
Correct.
And that due process of law requires you to give them notice and an opportunity to be heard before their rights are taken away from them. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Those 4 circuit court judges in the 7th district were elected, and my understanding of the 14th Amendment, they have a property interest in their employment. Is that not correct?
I don't know. I'm not sure where you're going with it, but I don't know.
You haven't taken, you haven't had to deal with constitutional law as it relates to the 14th Amendment, and you're having a property right to your employment. Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am, I don't really understand what you're asking, but if
Okay,
you're
what I'm asking is those 4 judges under the Mississippi Constitution and the U.S. Constitution had a right to be notified and an opportunity to be heard if you are taking away a vested right that they have. They were elected by the citizens of Hinds County to represent, to preside over cases that come before them. They had a property right to their judgeship. And has this body given them notice and an opportunity to be heard that we are injecting all of these hoops in the 7th district?
Well, Senator Blackman, we're on the last days of the session. This bill's been going on. It's received national press. Not one of them reached out to me. So no, they didn't reach out to me. I did have a special judge do reach out to me about the office expenses. Very, very nice judge who I didn't know, who's from Jackson. He said he's serving as a special judge, himself, and he didn't bring it up to me. So I'm not really sure the point of that, but as I understand the case is being handled, because this has been worked out with the Chief Justice, which is each of the judges, in order to serve the citizens of of Hinds County, have assigned cases to the special judges who then handle them, similar to a referee or a master that you may be familiar with. And so those cases, the people, individuals have, certainly, I guess, gotten their due process.
The 14th Amendment doesn't work that way, Senator Wiggins. The 14th Amendment says that you have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And if that right is taken away from you or attempted to be taken away from you, you have the right to notice and an opportunity to a hearing. If you work as a municipal employee, if you work as a county employee, I would imagine, I don't know because I've never served on rules, I would imagine there's some kind of handbook for the employees of the state Senate. And they have a vested right after some probationary period in their employment. And if we are going to terminate them, you give them notice and an opportunity to be heard. We are taking away the rights of those 4 judges. My next question.
If I may, first of all, I don't see it that way. Second of all, if I follow your logic, then that means when we judicially redistrict next year, then I guess we have to send out a notice to every single judge and let them know that we're going to redistrict the districts, which traditionally have been reserved to the legislature. So with all due respect, I disagree with that.
That's something totally different.
No, ma'am, it's not.
That's totally different. My next question.
Well, no, but go on.
My next question. Those voters who elected those individuals, they had the right, a fundamental right, to vote for a person of their choice, correct?
Voters have a right to vote, yes.
And when you took, well, you haven't taken them as yet. When this bill passes and we take away from those voters certain of the judges and say that they have to go to this temporary judge, this inferior court judge, have we not taken away a fundamental right that they had to elect whom they chose?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
We yield for question, Senator.
I do.
Senator Norwood, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. When you reference inferior court, what structure would you say that is parallel with?
A municipal court.
A municipal court.
In fact, the language in Section 4 dictates that.
Okay, and my second question would be, the department, the individuals that would be tried in the CCID inferior court would be housed, would be placed in the custody of Mississippi Department of Corrections, Central Mississippi Facility.
That's what it says.
Now, so this is only applicable to the CCID inferior court. This would not be accessible or available to individuals that would go before municipal court. Individuals go in not municipal court, but go before one of the circuit court judges. They wouldn't, not circuit court, municipal court. They would not be eligible for placement at the Mississippi Department of Corrections, Central Mississippi Facility. This is only for individuals that would be tried in the CCID inferior court.
Yes.
Now, what space do we have at Central Mississippi Corrections? We have any idea with that?
What do we have? I didn't understand your question. What
spaces? What kind of space do we have?
I don't know, but it's MDOC where we house them. So, I mean, that's what it's there for. That's its job.
Okay, and so we have no idea. We have no idea about that. But
I mean, other municipal places that there's municipal jails. So if you're in a place that's a city that has a jail, then they go spend time in the municipal jail. But as I stated earlier, from my understanding, Jackson has a lot of problems with the jail that doesn't work. So you have to put them somewhere.
Now, individuals that would be placed in the custody of Mississippi Department of Corrections that come through the CCID inferior court that would be harmed while in the custody at Central, who would assume that responsibility or liability?
Well, considering it's MDOC, and as you know, I handle that budget, I assume it'd be MDOC, the corrections.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Thanks, Senator Wiggins.
Senator Norwood. Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Senator Hickman is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Wiggins, for yielding. I just have a few technical questions just to try to get some understanding. First, I think it's section 11 where it speaks about the body cams. I think it has some subjective language there about if funds are available or something of that nature. What does that actually mean? Are we making an allowance in the budget for them to do that? Or is that just if they have enough extra money to fit them with body cams?
Let's see. Oh, yeah. No, we have definitely made allocation of state funds for body cams. It's in the budget that this body passed. And that is standard language when it's coming from the legislature, because again, that's for Capitol Police, which is a state entity. And as you know, the budget and revenue fluctuates, although we've been in good coffers recently. So it's subject to that.
Okay, so I guess according to that statement, am I reading of that? Basically that says, absent us not reallocating the money when they need new ones, because right now it's been allocated, they will be provided body cam. They shall wear body cams at all times.
Correct.
Within their duties, et cetera.
And for the last couple years, we've increased the budget for body cameras for our Capitol Police and Highway Patrol and other law enforcement agencies.
Okay, just a couple of questions about this inferior court. I understand that it has all of the authorities of a municipal court, and I don't really have any questions regarding that, but where does one appeal to, what court system does one appeal to once they are aggrieved or feel aggrieved from this municipal court that we've set up here?
So as is standard in Mississippi, in any municipal court, you appeal from the municipal court to the circuit court, which in this case would be the Hinds County Circuit Court, which to Senator Blackman's case, that would be heard by the elected judges there. Then you appeal from the circuit court to the Mississippi Supreme Court, and then depending on the case, it can either go to the Court of Appeals or back to the Supreme Court.
Okay, yeah, I understand that structure. I just wanted to make sure, since this is a unique and special court system, I wanted to make sure that it came within that same structured and tiered system. My next question deals with the population of people who are convicted within this court. The bill says that someone convicted shall be housed by MDOC. What happens when one is maybe overly intoxicated and need to be held overnight and all of these kind of things? Where, first of all, does that person go? And then secondly, if people are going to be housed in MDOC, is there going to be like a separate wing at Central Mississippi, or how is that going to take place? Are they going to mix populations?
I don't know, but I don't know. I don't have a specific answer to that, but my guess is that can be worked out. Again, the AOC is to set up all that, so I would hope that they would do that.
And Senator Wiggins, that is my issue here. As I think anybody in this body can tell, for the last few days, I have continuously brought up questions about MDOC, their budget. Currently, our prisons are overcrowding, and then we're going to take one of our prisons to house. We don't know. I mean, have we done studies to know how many misdemeanors we're going to see, how many people may be arrested in the CCID, what types of crimes are going to happen, particularly with this expanded jurisdiction? I think we also need to have looked at those things to understand what we're doing with our MDOC space as it relates to these things.
I have not, but as you know, Senator Hickman, that in municipal courts, the majority of your cases are handled what they call suspended jail time. And so what that means is, let's just say it's a trespass. The judge will put them on for 6 months, suspended jail time. They stay in good order. They're never going to jail. They're never going to prison. And I would think that most of that happens, certainly the majority, if not the supermajority. So what you're pointing at, I think, is just it's not very accurate.
And I do not disagree with you. You describe the process that happens normally, but we are dealing with a body of people that this session has continually hammered their fists and said, we want to be tough on crime. So I don't know who we're going to appoint to this court. They may make everybody serve their 2 weeks day for day if they're convicted of this. And so we don't know who we're going to appoint to this court. We don't know what's going to happen, but we're blindly passing this, again, with an MDOC that is overcrowding, a budget that continues to grow, and we're saying, oh, just send them there. We're going to figure it out.
Well, Senator Hickman, with all due respect, we know what the serious crime rate is in Jackson. Desperate times calls for certain measures, and since the pending of this bill, I literally have heard from people across the city of Jackson, black, white, Republican, Democrat, young, old, who have pleaded for us to get a handle on this. And I'm very familiar with the Department of Corrections because I've handled their budget. And just ask Commissioner Kane, the last meeting we had, he responded to my request. He did that. We have got to get a handle on this situation, and it's time that we do something. And the citizens of Jackson, our state capital, are begging for us to do it because they're not getting help anywhere else, and that's a fact.
Oh, absolutely. And Senator Wiggins, I want to say I appreciate the work you've done. I want to say this, that my angle and my slant, I don't know if you've noticed, but my mode for this whole session has been to support my colleagues in Jackson. I have not butted into Jackson issues very much. I'm coming from a point of concern for the entire state, and my line of questioning with MDOC has come from this same place. So I don't disagree that maybe you have been getting calls, and maybe we do need to do something, but my problem with this body is that anytime individuals of the minority party make propositions or measures, we need months and years and decades of data and all of these things, but then we do other things on a whim and just make them happen. But my next question is...
Let me respond to that. Please. I think, first of all, I think that's fortunately or unfortunately, that's the legislative process. Second of all, as I just answered, on this bill alone, there were suggestions made by the minority party that had been incorporated in this bill. So you cannot say that that is ignored. It's been done specifically in this bill. It's been done in committee, and it's done in the Judiciary A committee that this bill came through. Now, as far as Department of Corrections is concerned, yes, there's been problems. I've stood up here, addressed those, and I've said 2 years ago, we were up here dealing with gangs in jails. That's fortunately seems to be on the wane. So I understand your point. I think it's a good point about how we got to get a handle of Department of Corrections, but we also have an issue here in the city of Jackson.
And let me say this, I got one more question, but let me say this, I do agree with you. I don't know other legislatures, but I think this body, the Mississippi Senate, is probably one of the most collegial bodies that there are. But I do think that there is a slant of how much information, how much data we need before something is taken. But my next question is that there seems to be a crossover or concurrent jurisdiction between the municipal prosecutor and the district attorney's office. How are issues like that resolved? Let's just say that one of these prosecuting individuals say, we want to indict the other person, say we don't. Is that resolved by which agency made the arrest or which agency reported? And then the agencies, the police agencies seem to have concurrent jurisdiction. So if both of them were on the call, how are issues like that resolved?
Well, there are concurrent jurisdictions. I'll just give you an example from what I know. I mean, if you're in a city court, well, first of all, the DA can take it to the grand jury. The city court can ask the judge to bind it over to the grand jury. There's also multiple jurisdictions that may have jurisdiction over a case because of that. And really it gets worked out between the administration of the two entities. So I don't see that as being much of an issue because it goes on in every court system in the state.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. As I'm sure this bill will complete its journey through the legislative process, I think that those who are in the lead and taking lead should watch very carefully how these things are implemented to make sure the state's interests are protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm sorry, Senator Blunt? For what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I see Section 9 of the bill deals with a tax diversion. Does the bill require a 3/5 vote for passage? The bottom of the report says 1/2.
I'm sorry, if I may respond, Mr. President.
Please do, Senator.
We inquired that. This is a House bill, inquired with council prior to this coming up, and it was, we were informed that it is not a diversion or there's not a fee, and so it is not subject to a 3/5 vote.
Because it's a diversion.
Does the bill not increase the diversion?
It does, but we were told by council that that does not make it a 3/5 vote.
Okay, we'll wait for the ruling of the chair.
Our council just said that's correct. Mr. President, may I make my motion?
One moment, please, until we issue the ruling, Senator. Thank you. Your point of order is not well taken. This is not an increase or decrease in fees or taxes. It is a reallocation of the proceeds. Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, my motion would be that we adopt the conference report by the use of the morning roll call.
We asked Senator Blackman wanted to speak on the bill, I believe. Senator Blackman? One moment. Senator Horn?
Yes, Mr. President, I had my light on. Just one follow-up question to the chairman.
Senator Wiggins, would you respond? Would you yield for a question? One more follow-up question, Senator.
One.
Yield for
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Wiggins, Senator Hickman's line of questioning elicited some other questions. at least one more question that I have. Let's say that someone is in trouble and they call 911. Now, I see that we're authorizing the Capitol Police Chief to set up his own 911 system or some kind of a system. So when a person dials 911 and they're living in the CCID district, will that call automatically go to Capitol Police? And then the other side of my question, let's say that somebody's in trouble and nobody comes. They call, Capitol Police doesn't show up, City of JPD doesn't show up, somebody gets badly injured or dies, and there may be some civil exposure. Is CCID, or excuse me, is Capitol Police able to be sued? It's a state agency, so we've got a lot of protection, but can they be sued?
That's your question?
Can they be sued, and what happens in the 911 system?
Okay, so the answer to your first question is, as a Capitol Police, as an entity of the state, can be sued, but they are subject to what's called the Tort Claims Act, as is any state employee. To your first question, as you recognize and we discussed, there's been issues with the 911 that has been being worked out. I'm not going to begin to hazard a guess of how the technology works, but there's been problems. What I've been told by the commissioner is that they have worked through that, and that if JPD, for instance, will answer the 911 now, and direct to where it needs to go. If it's in the if it's in the CCID, Capitol Police are the ones that are supposed to respond. And I will admit to you, based on what we've heard, it's not been good to this point, but with this passage of this bill and the other bill, hopefully, that will be addressed.
I'd like to speak at the proper time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Blackman, you're recognized to speak on the bill. And then Senator Horn, and then Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has been a very difficult session, this session. Actually, these last 4 years have been very difficult. I think this was last year we had this nonsense about critical race theory. As I am listening to Senator Wiggins and listening to the questions, all I could think about was back to Reconstruction again in Mississippi. How the black codes were enacted after Reconstruction when we thought we were free. And somehow, some way, the legislature found a way to institute some codes to keep us in bondage. The white planters in the southern states denied black people the chance to rent or buy land and paid them a pittance. They created laws that would basically apply to just black people. It varied from place to place. They prohibited loitering and vagrancy. The idea was that if you were going to be free, you should be working, but we had just been freed from slavery. So if you had 3 or 4 black people standing around talking, they would become a vagrant, and they could be convicted of a crime and sent to jail. Now we're gonna have this police force running around, and 2343 is going to give it the entire jurisdiction of Jackson. And they're going to be stopping people at traffic lights. They're going to be saying that you swerving so that you can be stopped. And you're going to be arrested. And you're going to go to this inferior court. And it's essentially a police state right here in the city of Jackson. Those kinds of things I thought happened in authoritarian countries, in someplace like Russia, in communist countries, in China. But now we're going to have it right here in our capital city. When we were freed, and all of those black codes and all of those Jim Crow laws put us back in our place. We're being told right now, in the 21st century, your place is still where it was after Reconstruction. Now, I know a lot of you all don't know about the birth of a nation. And this was a movie that was done in 1915. And it rewrote history. You know, that's what they said with this critical race theory, that we want to wipe out this history. We want it to be pristine. We don't want our children to be taught about the bad deeds that we have done to you black people. History is usually written by the winners. But in this instance, when the birth of a nation was done, and it was a 3-hour movie, and it was about the Civil War and Reconstruction, and it depicted the Ku Klux Klan as valiant saviors of a post-war South ravaged by Northern carpetbaggers and immoral freed black people. It was an instant blockbuster. In fact, President Woodrow Wilson had a screening of this movie in the White House. And he thought, it is attributed to him, that he said, it is like writing history with lightning. And my only regret is that it is all so terribly true. But it was all a lie. What we're doing today, under the guise, under the roof of helping our capital city, which I'm truly thankful for, because, you know, I was here back from 93 to 2003. There was no help for the city of Jackson. I was gone for 12 years. I kept up with the legislature. There was no help for the city of Jackson. I've been here now for 8 more years, and there has been no help for the city of Jackson. That CCID district was created under this guise that because the city of Jackson had so many properties, state properties and federal properties that were tax exempt, we were going to create this district to give the city of Jackson some money to help the city of Jackson. So if we're really, truly interested in trying to help the city of Jackson, then we could have just put the monies in the CCID, all of this money, to create these judges, to create this support staff, to create this police force in the CCID fund, and let the citizens, let the mayor and city council make the determination as to what is needed for the city of Jackson. I remember when I started law school at the University of Santa Clara, and all of the white law students would invite you over to have dinner at their homes. And then when you got back to the school, they were stabbing you any which way they could. I told them, you give me the good white folks of Mississippi any day over you California white people. Because I know where I stand with the white people in the state of Mississippi. I know they're gonna stab me. But y'all bring me over to your homes and you pretend like you like me, and then you stab me. So you give me the good white folks of Mississippi. William Faulkner made a quote about Mississippi, and he said, and I'm paraphrasing, the past is never dead. It's not even past in Mississippi. And he truly told the truth. Because we had all of these task forces across the summer, all of these study committees. We ain't have no study committee on this. While we were up here pretending we're running to committee meetings and hearings and pretending like we were part of a process, the real stuff was taking place in secret. Let's figure out what we gonna do to take care of the black folks in Jackson. Because if there was an interest in us being a part of this, you would have thought some members of the Jackson delegation would have known about this bill before we got up here. If we thought that we were part of this process, you would think that some members of the Jackson delegation would have been on that conference report. Now, when I was here before, there was honor among thieves. conference report, you had the chairman, you had a person who was for the bill, and you had a person that was against it. So that you would have an opportunity to debate it and work it out. If it couldn't be worked out, it would die in conference. Now, I understand if you all don't understand that all of this is designed because someday soon, someday very soon, the minority shall be the majority in the state of Mississippi. And so all of the hands are being tied so that once that occurs, you're not going to have anything that you can be in control of. And it's unfortunate, but it's not unfortunate because it has always happened throughout our history that we allow them to use us to serve their purposes, but you can't get them to help you for your purposes. Y'all remember Isaiah T. Montgomery? And we got some right in here right now. They helped kill a vote on a nomination, but yet didn't get nothing in return. And I recognize that nothing anyone says up at this podium changes a mind or change a heart. But the one thing I do know, and this is a quote from Frederick Douglass, and he said, and I remember that God reigns in eternity, and that whatever delays, whatever disappointments and discouragements may come, truth, justice, liberty, and humanity will ultimately prevail. So I'm not worried about what you all are doing to Jackson, because I do know that one day the God that I serve will take care of his children.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Senator Horn, you're recognized to speak on the bill, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to the ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. I will not be long because I'm tired. This has been the most tiring legislative session I've had in the 31 years I've been down here. It's been also one of the most disappointing sessions that I've had when I look at the kind of toxic legislation that's being directed towards me. And when I say me, I mean the people that I represent. And it's being directed toward the people that I represent without my input or involvement to any great extent. I'm an after the fact stop along the way of this process. And I think we've been headed this way for a long time in Mississippi. We've been headed this way really ever since the political landscape of Jackson changed back in the mid-'80s. And it's gotten progressively more toxic and more strident and more antagonistic when we look at the relationship between our capital city and the rest of the state, and our capital city, particularly as it relates to the legislature. It's almost as if folks resent Jackson. Resent it for the changes that have occurred in the city politically, economically, socially, racially. And we've been out to get Jackson. That's what it feels like in the legislature today, that we out to get Jackson. It's not like, hey, we see some problems over here in Jackson, and we got to help our capital city. We got to make sure it doesn't fail. It's almost as if we are doing everything we can to ensure that it fails and gets flushed down the Pearl River. And I think it's really, really sad that we are taking the attitude that we have. It's great to want to help, but in wanting to help, don't hurt. This hurts. This hurts. And, you know, I have, in the last couple of months, 3 months, say, I've been interviewed by more national news magazines, television stations, reporters than I could shake a stick at. And if I could take all that away and not have a microphone stuck in my face, I would be so glad, because it would mean to me that we're doing the kinds of things in Mississippi that make sense, that are right, just, and fair. But the reason those microphones are being stuck in my face, and several of us have been interviewed nationally, is because of what our state's trying to do to us. It's because of the fact that certain people need to go away. It's because certain attitudes need to go away. We got a bad attitude about Jackson, and that attitude needs to go away. You know, I look at, a few years ago, I had Pierre to do, the State Personnel Board to do a study about state government, state workers, about the ad valorem property tax collections and whatnot, property values in the city and so forth. And it was just amazing how over the course of this last generation, we've seen the demographics of Jackson change and the fortunes of Jackson change. And in that analysis, they talked about how, you know, one time 80%, 85% of the folks who worked in state government in Mississippi lived in Jackson. 85%. Now, today, that number's somewhere around 25%, and it's the poorest folks in state government that live here. The richest folks are in Clinton. They're in Brandon, they're in Byram, they're in Ridgeland, Madison. And we've left, by and large, state government has basically left Jackson to his own devices. Y'all changing the political landscape, go ahead, it's yours. We're gonna take our money, our jobs, our houses, our businesses, our professions, and we're getting the heck out of here. And then you blame us for when things go wrong. I have never seen a more classic example of our blaming the victim than what's going on with Jackson. we take as much resource out of this city as we possibly can, and then blame Jackson for when things go wrong. Happens every time. Take the resources out. Take the banks. Take the housing. Take the architectural firms. Take the law firms. Take the CPA firms. Take the retail. Send it over to Rankin County. And if you look at it, all the retail, by and large, is gone to Rankin County, out of Jackson. All the professional occupations have gone out of Jackson into Madison. And what are we left with? Some poor folks, a few older, mature, rich folks, and a few folks in the middle. And we say, have at it, it's yours now. And we walk away from our capital city. And then when things get bad, we want to come back and then tell that capital city, this is how it's going to be. We're not going to talk to you about it. We're not going to consult with you. We're not going to work with you. We're not even going to ask you. We're just going to do it. We make the announcement, this is what's going to happen, and we do it. And so CNN sticks a microphone in my face. New York Times asked me some questions. LA Times wants to talk to me and interview me. What are these folks doing to y'all down here in Mississippi? Because it looks bad. It looks bad and it is bad. Now, at some point, we are going to lift up our capital city and do it in a spirit of cooperation, mutual benefit, and we're going to do it with everybody at the table. We are tired of not being at the table. We're sick and tired of it. I got 31 years of it. And I'm tired. I love everyone. I get along with everybody in here. But Lord, some of the decisions we make, some of the attitudes we cop, some of the positions that we take are not putting us forward. They're ensuring that we remain 50th in this country. Now, Mississippi, one day we are going to fix that. I don't believe it's today. And, you know, and I'll say this, and I'm about ready to sit down. You know, we have these aspirations in Mississippi. At least on paper, we do. But the practicality of the matter leaves far to be desired. Leaves much to be desired. I think we enjoy being on the bottom because we do all the kinds of stuff that ensures that we stay on the bottom. And this is one of the things that we're doing that ensures that we stay on the bottom because we are tearing up the fabric of our capital city. We will not be a great state if we don't have a great city. We will not be a great state if we don't have a great capital city. We will not be a great state if black folks and white folks can't figure out how to get along and work together for mutual success and mutual benefit. Now, the process that we've arrived at here, we've been doing this stuff for a couple of years. Where is the data that is working? I show you about 4,500, 5,000 municipal court cases and Hinds County court misdemeanor cases that got cleared out. 37 criminal court cases resolved by the special judges. Now, they only got there since late October, early November. But they haven't done a whole lot. They haven't proved the concept. And we've been doing this for 2 years because there were fallacies in what we tried to set up. We tried to put a layer on top of something that didn't work. Now, to Senator Wiggins' credit, he's worked hard. I give him all the credit in the world for trying to come back with a better product. I think this bill is worse than what the House originally sent us. That's just my opinion. But I appreciate Senator Wiggins' efforts. But the product that is before us assumes that it's going to be successful. But there's no empirical data that says that it will be. We just got an idea. And we since we are in charge, we're going to impose this idea on y'all and hope that it works. And if it doesn't work, we'll try something else. But in the meantime, the relations between me and my colleagues is frayed. The relationships between my city and my state is frayed. The relationship between blacks and whites are frayed. Democrats and Republicans, they're torn up. How do we figure out how to come together is what I want to do. And if the practices and policies that we decide that we're going to impose on someone are counterproductive to our coming together, then why are we doing it? All of these national news entities are trying to shine a light. And look, the motives, the intentions, the aspirations, the desire that some of the leadership in this body and in the other end of the house, I'm not questioning. I think you want to help Jackson. Well, why don't you ask me? What do we need? I think you want to provide a means of dealing with this. But the way this looks says something else. And it plays right into the old stereotypical notions the rest of the country has about Mississippi. Well, guess what? Maybe they're not stereotypes. Maybe it's just the way we are. And if that's the case, why, ladies and gentlemen, why do we keep going down this same road? Why don't we establish enough intentional fortitude to where we say, look, we're going to rise in this state together. If we fail, we're going to all fail together. But if we rise, we're all going to rise together. And this, I'm going to throw this at you, and you're going to have to just suck it up and accept it. That's for the birds. It does not help the situation. It doesn't get us that much farther down the road, and it doesn't get us off the bottom. Now, I want to know, Mississippi, are you ready to get us off the bottom?
Senator Blunt, do you want to speak on the bill, sir?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you have been in Jackson the last couple of months, you know I've never had anybody talk to me more in the 16 years I've been here about this bill. I have people come up to at church, at the grocery store, and say, tell me about House Bill 1020. And to the people who are in this room, and to all the people who have earned the right to sit in these empty chairs right now, I would say to you, this gives you a feeling of the rawness created by this bill. A bill that was introduced by a House member without any input of the people who live here and the people who are elected to represent this area. Everybody knows House Bill 1020 in Jackson. I want to briefly talk about the Capitol Complex Improvement District. I was a conferee in 2017 on that bill. Every member of this Senate who was here in 2017, except for one, voted for that conference report. The Capitol Complex Improvement District is a street paving program.
And as a street program, it has been successful. It is not a judicial district. It is not a city within a city. It is not a place where people in some neighborhoods get one kind of justice and people in other neighborhoods in the city don't. It is a street paving program. And anyone who tells you or sees it as a vehicle for anything more than that is wrong and does not understand the legislative intent behind it. Now, we have a crime problem in Jackson. We recognize that. Last year, the Jackson delegation on the House and Senate worked with the leadership and made some progress. We supported our elected district attorney. We supported our public defender. We have advocated for years to add an additional elected judge in Hinds County. We haven't gotten that yet. We hope to get that next year in redistricting. But that was a partnership involving the people who were elected to represent this area. This bill is not that. This is a bad bill, and I ask you to vote no on House Bill 1020. Now, I want to specifically mention two parts of this conference report number 2 that were not in the bill that passed the Senate that make it bad and are a threat to the constitutional rights of everybody in the city and by extension everybody in the state. And that is equal protection under the law. Two parts that are unique to the city of Jackson and that cause all of us who represent the city to be strongly opposed to this bill. Section 4 creates an inferior court. A court like this doesn't exist anywhere in the state. The judges, prosecutors, and staff of this court will be appointed by people who do not live in Jackson. The people who will be appointed are not required to live in Jackson. And what it is designed to do, the effect of it is, it creates two systems of justice for people who live in Jackson. If you live in this neighborhood, you're going to get this kind of justice. And if you live in another neighborhood in another part of town, you're going to get a different part of justice. And that is fundamentally un-American and unconstitutional. People in the same city who might have been arrested by police that aren't elected, prosecuted by people who aren't elected and don't live here, defended by people who aren't elected and don't live here, before a judge who isn't elected and doesn't live here, get one kind of justice in one part of town, and you get a different kind of justice if you live on the other side of town. That ought to be offensive to everybody. That was not in the bill that passed the Senate, and it's in this conference report. Number 2, now we had an inferior court come out of the House original bill, but the second part that I did not see coming at all is section 13 on line 802. And that is, not only are we going to subject you to a different kind of justice and court system depending on where you live in the city, people in this part of town are going to have this 911 system. And people in this part of town are going to have a different 911 system. Now, how is that equal protection under the law? You call 911 in this neighborhood, you're going to get this response. You call 911 in this neighborhood, you might get a very different response. How is that equal protection under the law? It's not. Every person in every neighborhood in Jackson deserves responsive 911 when they need it. The same responsive 911 when they need it. But no, this system is exclusive to the people who live within the district. This district, I remind you, is designed to pave streets. It's not designed to give exclusive police protection that is different from any other neighbor in the city. Every neighborhood in this city, every resident of this city, and I live here, and most of this district is in my district. But a lot of my district is not in the CCID. Do they deserve different or inferior justice or police protection or courts than any other neighborhood in the city? No, they don't. They deserve the same excellent 911 service, and they deserve the same access to the courts. Now, we could figure that out.
I think we could figure out a 911 system. You say, oh, well, Jackson, they're hard to deal with. They're hard to, haven't we been up here? I say we, the folks who are making the final negotiations on the big questions before us right now, hadn't they been up late at night fighting for weeks? They have. But at the end of the day, we come to an agreement and we get it done. And we could do that. We could figure out a 911 system. If you'd sit down with us and talk to us about what are the mechanics involved in radios and how we're going to coordinate that, I think we could figure that out. But like Senator Horn said, there's no incentive for us to come together and work together and solve these problems. It's just handed down to the folks who live here. This is not what we ought to be doing. We have almost a completely segregated politics in Mississippi right now. Let's be honest about it. We don't have the political incentive, and the leadership is not there to get beyond what is almost a completely segregated politics in Mississippi. I thought we could do better than that. 3 years ago, we were all in here and we passed the flag change. I see the flags on people's desks. It was overwhelmingly ratified by 80 counties in this state. And it gave us all a feeling of optimism. It gave us all a feeling that we could actually come together, black and white, to work together and solve problems and put some of this bad stuff behind us. And here we are. House Bill 1020. Jackson's not perfect. Jackson's got problems. But we are not going to solve those problems as a city and as a state and in this political system that we've designed unless we figure out a way to work together. This bill is not working together, and I ask you to vote no.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to close.
I'm going to start. About 2 years ago, for a bill that was working on in the Judiciary Committee, two ladies from New Mexico came to Jackson because they were participating in our constitutional right to talk to our government. I invited them as my guest to come and appear before the Judiciary Committee of the Mississippi Senate. They came and they stayed in a hotel downtown Jackson. I remember their faces. They got to the Capitol. And I said, "Where'd you stay?" They told me. And they said, but I could see it in their face. They asked me, but we were scared to walk to the Capitol. We were scared. Now, these are two ladies who came from out of our state to our capital city. And they were scared. I could see it in their face. They thought they were going to be harmed. And by the way, it was not some preconceived notion or something. They were scared. And I said, we invite people to our great state and to our great capital. And that's the image they walk away from.
They had to take a cab because they couldn't walk from the downtown to the Capitol because they were scared. That's not right. And it hadn't gotten better. And I said, is that the image that we want people going back to their state and talking about our capital? No. But we cannot let it continue. Now, Senator Blackman, who I've served with, I respect her passion. I respect her background, and we'll miss her when she's gone. And she's mighty good at getting the headlines. And man, that was good. I guarantee you it'll be picked up in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and other things like that. But I want to tell you about the real story of Mississippi. And gosh, I hope the national media picks it up. Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Devastation. What did we do? We've provided funding for those victims and those people that lost their loved ones. I challenge the national media to go get the photo I put out there of Senator Mike McClendon, senator from DeSoto County, who's white, putting his arm around Senator Joseph Thomas, whose district was devastated by Rolling Fork. That's Mississippi. Will the national news pick that up? How about Smithville and the tornadoes? What we did for them. And let me tell you, because I lived it, the Gulf Coast of Mississippi was absolutely devastated and destroyed by Hurricane Katrina. But you know what? And I know you've heard me talk about it before. We wouldn't be standing here. I wouldn't be standing here if not for the Mississippi legislature coming together and helping us out in a time of need. We were devastated. And you know what you did? You moved those casinos on land 8 feet. You revived our economy, and we appreciate it. The real story of Mississippi is that we stand up and help each other. And y'all, Jackson is hurting. And Senator Horn's right. Jackson is different because it's the capital city. I live here during the session. All of you live here, many of you live here during the session. And many of you, including our lieutenant governor, have been victims of crime in this city. Raise your hand in this body if you have. We have to do something. And I want to say this was not about race, since now that's been injected. Some people want to make it that way. This has truly been about helping the citizens of Jackson in a time of need. And I say the citizens, all citizens. Since this bill got handed to me through the committee process, because it's a House bill, but you know what? We said we got to help. And I've heard from Jacksonians from across the city who I've never met. White, black, Republican, Democrat, who have begged me to keep this going. This is a letter from a Jackson citizen who sent it to me saying, please, please do something for us. People are tired, scared, angry, and frustrated. They want action by elected officials, quote. Now, I think it was just last year, we actually adopted a new song called One Mississippi. Because that's who we are. We are one Mississippi. And we have to stop the divisive race baiting that goes on when all we're trying to do is to help our fellow Mississippians. After all, we are the hospitality state. I feel for Senator Horn. This is his city. I feel for Senator Blunt. I consider everyone in here a friend. And I can only imagine how they feel. But I can guess, because back during Hurricane Katrina, we didn't know where to turn. And you know who helped us? The federal government? Yes, they did. And the state. And it was people, by the way, who I know their own personal beliefs didn't believe in gaming. But you know what they did? They voted for that, for gaming. They set aside their personal and political, interests for the good of the Gulf Coast of Mississippi, and for that, I always will be appreciative. And so, in conclusion, as I've said to my friends from Jackson, this bill has things that you've asked for. In fact, it's things that you actually pushed for. And now you're going to vote against it. Because somebody out there saying something. I ask you to look inside yourself. You know that your constituents want a safe Jackson. You know that you have constituents who have asked for Capitol Police. You know you have constituents who support this bill. And so my request would be that you set aside politics and you vote for what's right. And this is what this is for, these debates. I respect Senator Blunt, Senator Horn, and it can't be easy. But I can tell you from working with Representative Lamar, when we received this bill, it's been nothing other than to help our capital city. So I first want to challenge the national narrative to be, we're stepping up for a city like we do all our other cities and counties who are in need of help. Rolling Fork, Silver City, Gulf Coast, Waveland when it was devastated, Hattiesburg after the tornadoes. We're stepping up for our capital city that we're all a part of, so that one day, and God willing, it'll be in 2027 when this goes away, we can have people come to Jackson who are not scared, and they can leave knowing what Jackson truly is about, which is its people, its culture, two of the greatest, if not the greatest, civil rights museum in the country, which, by the way, was paid for by the legislature and passed and championed by Governor Haley Barbour, who was white and a Republican. That maybe they can go up and they can see the Grammy Museum, paid for by the legislature, pushed for by the same folks here. So I would ask that we think about that, but I would ask to my colleagues on the Democrat side, or at least in the Jackson side, to please, Let's do what's right. And let's send this to the governor so that we can help our fellow citizens of Mississippi and do what our state song is and be one Mississippi. Thank you. And Mr. President, I would ask that we use the morning roll call for adoption of the conference report.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Bowie. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barrett. Carter. Hobson. Jordan. McClendon. McMahon. Parks.
Senator Barrett, for what purpose, sir?
To the vote.
Please proceed.
I'd like to announce a pair, Mr. President. If Senator David Jordan was here, he would be a no and I would be an aye.
Jordan, no. Barrett, aye. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Voting yes or yay? Blackwell. Bowie. Branning. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Harkins. Hill. Johnson. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. Michelle. Moran. Parker. Polk. Seymour. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thompson. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Voting no or nay. Barnett. Blackman. Blunt. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Frazier. Hickman. Horn. Jackson. Norwood. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Thomas and Turner Ford.
The bill passes 31 yea, 15 nay. Senator Fillingham, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 46.
One moment, Senator Blackwell, for what purpose?
I'd like to hold item number 41, House Bill 1020, on a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider, Mr. Clerk? Okay, I'm sorry, Senator Fillingham.
I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 46.
Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator Fillingham. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2343, Capitol Police Revised Jurisdiction of.
I move that we do adopt the committee report and that I be recognized to.
Recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is the companion bill to House Bill 1020 that we just went over at length. It's much shorter, and I will try to be very succinct on this while still explaining. So in section 1, line 16, it adds the governor's mansion and changes what is currently listed as the Court of Appeals building to more correctly describe it as the Supreme Court building for jurisdictional purposes of law enforcement of the laws of the state of Mississippi for the Department of Public Safety. Then the next change, you move over to line 54, and there's again a change. What the 3 dotted lines there, the asterisks, previously said was the Mississippi Fair Commission. Now it's simply correcting that to call it the Department of Agriculture. So that's cleanup language. You come on down to the first major change on line 65 through about line 70, and it allows for the Department of Public Safety to charge the Department of Agriculture a fee for security services providing special event protection at the Mississippi State Fairgrounds. The fee will be commensurate with the costs associated with the Department of Public Safety providing those services, and that is something that has already been happening. It's simply that the 2 departments wanted clarification that this was in fact something that they could do, and so this puts that into the law should this pass, that they can provide these services for the special events like the Dixon National Rodeo and other events that take place out on the fairgrounds, and that a fee can be charged for that to the Department of Agriculture. Then you come on over to line 77, and it states the Department of Public Safety shall have primary jurisdiction relative to any other state or municipal law enforcement agency to enforce the laws of the state of Mississippi. Such law enforcement shall be its primary function. And then on line 82, you see the word may, through any person or persons appointed by the Department of Public Safety, make arrest for any violations of any law of the state of Mississippi, and, this is the new language, violations of the City of Jackson's traffic ordinances or ordinances related to the disturbance of the public peace. So again, this is saying that public safety, Capitol Police, they can enforce the traffic ordinances and ordinances related to disturbing the public peace, although they do not have to, because obviously other law enforcement agencies' primary response is that. And then you see on lines 88 through about line 93, the Department of Public Safety, within the boundaries of the City of Jackson, ends that sentence, the Department of Public Safety may choose to present cases to either the district attorney or the prosecuting attorneys designated by the AG for prosecution of any violation of law that accrues or occurs in whole or in part within the boundaries of the CCID. Then you see at the bottom of the second page, starting around line 94, that there is concurrent jurisdiction with the jurisdiction of the City of Jackson and Hinds County. So again, even though we're expanding the secondary jurisdiction in another part of the bill, what this says is that within the CCID, that JPD and Hinds County Sheriff's Office still has concurrent jurisdiction even within the CCID area of the city. Then beginning at the top of the next page, if you have these printed out on lines 98, and there was a question I think earlier, perhaps Senator Horn had raised in the previous conference report. It states at any time or during any event necessitating the coordination of and utilization of multiple jurisdictions as determined by the chief of the Capitol Police or the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, that they shall be the lead agency when the event occurs on property defined herein that is owned or leased by the state as provided in subsection 1 of this bill. So it just sets out who can be the lead agency when multiple jurisdictional authorities are involved, wherein state-owned property is in play. And then line 107 through about line 115, the Department of Public Safety shall have jurisdiction relative to the enforcement of all laws of the state of Mississippi within the boundaries of the city of Jackson, Mississippi. The Department of Public Safety may, through any person or persons appointed by the DPS, make arrests for any violation of any law of the state of Mississippi which occurs within the boundaries of the city of Jackson. The jurisdiction of the Department of Public Safety granted under this paragraph shall not be primary and shall be concurrent with. So again, Capitol Police would have supporting role jurisdiction outside of the CCID. Their primary jurisdiction would be within the confines of the CCID. And then on line 118 and following, it's talking about written approval from the Chief of the Capitol Police or the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety shall be required before any event occurs which will take place on any street or sidewalk immediately adjacent to any building or property owned or occupied by any official, agency, board, commission, office, or other entity of the state of Mississippi, or which can reasonably be expected to block, impede, or otherwise hinder ingress or coming and going, in other words, on the street. Therein, the Department of Public Safety shall promulgate rules and regulations to effectuate the provisions of this subsection. And then finally, I think the last change is on line 128 through 134, and this is what has been sort of referred to, talking to Commissioner Tindall and others, as the Jackson Metro Law Enforcement Council. It states the Chief of the Capitol Police and or the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, the Chief of the Jackson Police Department, and the Sheriff of Hinds County shall hold regular meeting within the boundaries of the Capitol Complex Improvement District to address the concerns of the public. Each meeting shall be called by the Chief of the Capitol Police, and the first meeting shall be called by October the 15th of 2023. And then the enactment date of this would be on lines 146 and 147, which would be from and after July the 1st of 2023. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Fillingham. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question,
Yes, sir.
Senator?
Sure.
Please proceed with the question, Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Fillingham.
Yes, sir.
Could you give me some numbers, dollars, about how much this proposed legislation would cost?
Great question, and having heard that question earlier in the debate, I certainly contacted Commissioner Tindall and asked him that question because I wanted to be as accurate as I could be. And what he tells me, again, currently, the Capitol Police employee role is around 120. They currently have the authority to go to 150, so there's about 30 more officers that need to be hired or in the process of being hired. And I believe the increase that he, bless you, that he estimated for Senate Bill 2343, again, understanding, as he wanted me to explain, under this bill, the primary jurisdiction stays the same in the CCID, and that CCID is not expanding this year. That expansion doesn't happen until middle of next year. So what he's saying is right now he's already planning to go from the 120 mark to approximately 150, so 30 additional officers. He believes around $1.2 million is the increase that he believes that he would need. And I believe he's been in discussions with our appropriations folks in both the House and the Senate and with the Lieutenant Governor and the Speaker about that. So I believe he's thinking that the increase from the 120 to 150, the additional dollars for like overtime and those sorts of things will get him through this coming fiscal year. Now, of course, with the passage of 1020, should it pass the House and be signed into law by the governor, they will review that for the expanded footprint of the CCID, because that would become primary jurisdictional authority for the Capitol Police Department, not just secondary authority. So as this bill before you sits or stands or whatever you want to call it, nothing really changes except for the fact that if something is happening within the CCID, so let's say a crime happens allegedly within the CCID. And officers of the Capitol Police go to investigate or look into that, and that investigation leads them outside of the CCID into another part of the city of Jackson. What this bill says is they have secondary jurisdiction. They can go beyond the confines of the CCID, which again is not changing this year, out into the rest of the city of Jackson, wherever that investigation leads them. So he does think that there might be some small cost to that, obviously, when you're going from one small area to a slightly larger area, of answering a secondary call or pursuing, an investigation beyond the current confines of the CCID. However, he doesn't really think that we're talking about lots of extra money here.
And now I'm sure you heard and would agree that in the budget presentation, we're talking about $2.9 million deficit.
Right.
Now we're talking about funding for this up to the point next year that the 150, then we're talking about that extra cost of $1.2 million.
Yes, sir.
So what total 2.9, 1.2, what total do we have going up to that point?
Actually, my understanding from the conversation was that he has asked already, as part of that 2.9 million that you heard the appropriations chairman talking about, Commissioner Tyndall has already asked for that increase as part of that overall 2.9 million that he was talking about. Now, he did say, in all fairness, that moving forward, now we're not talking about this fiscal year budget, but moving forward, he anticipates needing about 70 to 80 additional folks beyond that for the next fiscal year. But we're not talking about that today, and we're not passing those budgets this session. That would be, next year for those of us that make it back. So he would be talking about going up to 220 members of the Capitol Police. So from currently 120 up to 150 for this fiscal year, and then jumping from approximately 150 up to around 220 for the next fiscal year.
And that will be, and this is justifying, this is supporting the legislation in terms of the entire city of Jackson area.
I'm sorry, say again?
You're talking about going up to 200.
No, that would be for the increased CCID. Now, that's not the entire city of Jackson. As you saw the nice maps that were put on the screen and held up by Senator Michelle, and AKA Vanna White, we're talking about a larger CCID, but it's certainly not the whole city of Jackson. For primary jurisdictional authority, that would be for those extra officers.
Okay, let me ask you this question now. You said on page, I think this page 6.
What line are you looking at?
You were looking at line 128 in the report 2.
Yes, sir.
That the Capitol Police Commissioner or the Commissioner, the Chief of Police for JPD and the Sheriff would meet.
Yes, sir.
Why is it in the CCID? Why isn't why couldn't it just be a meeting scheduled by those individuals? Why does it have to be in the CCID?
Well, actually, the Capitol Police Chief wouldn't have any primary jurisdictional authority beyond that period, that space. So if you're wanting to have a meeting about this particular bill, it would make sense, I think, that you would have it within the confines of the CCID.
But it's there to address concerns of the public, and I'm sure this is going to be a public meeting, correct?
Right.
So exactly. I'm saying, why couldn't it be at 2609, wherever that is?
Oh, they can have as many meetings in as many different parts of Jackson as they want. All this legislation is saying is at least one meeting has to be held by October the 15th of 2023. So I feel like all the legislators in the city of Jackson that want to host a town hall style meeting of this group of law enforcement officials in whatever section of their district they would like to, certainly is able to do that.
Well, and I'm sure you would agree with me that it's very difficult to get these individuals together. And I just think that it would be best to have it where it would be accessible to the general public.
Sure.
And, you know, and everybody don't feel comfortable coming into the CCID district either. So, I mean, I think that's, you put in a damper on that, but, you know, nevertheless, that's, Mr. President, I'd like to speak on the bill at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Seeing no other questions, Senator Norwood, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
You know, we all profess to be a Christian, serve a God, and we appreciate everything that everybody in here want to do for us. I live in the city of Jackson and lived here for about 50 years. I've lived through the ups and the downs, and but God has saw me through it, and I'm trusting Him. Now I'm glad that you're willing to invest $10 million plus. And this is the first time since I've been here, and I've been here for about 10 years, that this body is willing to invest $10 million plus into the unknown. You know, we have no real plan. We have no real plan. There's no real communication. But we're willing to invest $10 million into this. I don't know, but I have to believe that there's a motive. I see what's happening in St. Louis. I'm not sure if St. Louis, the legislation impacting St. Louis took us from what's happening in Jackson in Mississippi, or if Jackson, Mississippi took its direction from what was happening. I don't know. But I really find it to be it's very disheartening. And I appreciate what we talked about, what we're going to do for the impacted area with the disaster. And we talk about how one Mississippi, you know, it's okay if you hug me with one hand and got your foot in my behind with the other one, that negate whatever love that you show me. I don't like coming down here. I don't say a whole lot of anything. I try to mind my own business. I try to stay in my own lane. But I listen to, go back to what Fannie Lou Hamer said about sick and tired of being sick and tired. Talk about one Mississippi, but there's also, Nina Simone has a song too. And when you listen to that song, I think it is very reflective of the respect that's being shown. And I say to you, is Jackson today? It could very well be past Christiane tomorrow. We got crime throughout the city. We got crime throughout this state. We were debating legislation down here regarding 1020, and unfortunately, up in North Mississippi, we had 3, 4 people murdered there. Crime is all over. But this 1020 is not the solution to stopping crime. And I challenge, if you want to do something about crime, let us get together and have a conversation. And I guarantee you, we can find a better investment for the $10 million that you want to spend on the unknown. Yes, the disaster. We're yet to put money out there. Folks calling now don't know where they're going to lay their heads tonight. Don't have no money. We were up there Saturday, folks coming in blooded and battered, didn't have nowhere to go and get treatment, had to leave that area en route to Jackson to try to get some relief. Yes, we got our problems in Jackson, but this is not the answer. And I tell you, I don't know, something like I heard, what's the answer? This is not the answer. There is an answer, but we need to sit down and we need to talk about it. Yeah. The scripture says, "The house divided against its own shall not stand." And I tell you, this house has been further divided since January of this year. So I ask you, when you cast your vote, vote no to 2343. This is not the answer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Fillingham, you're recognized to close, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. William Faulkner once said, "To understand the world, you must first understand a place like Mississippi." And I think this process is hopefully trying to help us understand our state and to make it better. I know my intent and those of my colleagues on these conference reports, these many negotiations, has been to do nothing but to help the people in the city of Jackson, our capital city. So with that, I would ask that you do adopt this conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Call the roll, Mr. Clerk.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingham. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Here, Suber. Okay. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Carter, Hobson, Jordan, McDaniel, McLendon, Parks, Sojourner, Sparks,
Johnson, we didn't call Johnson.
Johnson, voting yes or yay, Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chassenall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Harkins, Hill, Kirby, McCollum, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Pope, Seymour, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Voting no or nay, Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Butler for 36, Butler for 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
Senator Suber, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. To the vote.
Please proceed.
On announce a pair,
Please proceed.
I vote aye. Senator Jordan is here, he'd vote no.
Aye. Suber, no. Jordan.
Senator Blackwell.
Okay.
Okay, yes, sir. Governor, it passed 29, yea, 14.
By a vote of 29 yea, 14 nay, the bill passes. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 46 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2343, on a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider. Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
Mr. President, I'd like to hold item number 42 on today's calendar, House Bill 1149.
1149. Okay, we'll go to announcements. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Education will meet at 7 o'clock, room 216.
216, Senator Simmons. Good. Senator Simmons, good. Senator Younger.
Journey in memory.
Please proceed.
When the Senate does so today, please do so in the memory of Kathy Batson from Columbus. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other announcements? Other announcements? I believe that we have approximately 10 bills to take up in the morning on appropriations. We appreciate everybody's working so hard today and tonight. Senator England,
Mr. President, I'm going to adjourn in memory.
please proceed.
Senate, when we adjourn today, I ask we do so in the memory of Miss Alberta Reese Lott. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senate, we're going to accept a motion to recess for 5 minutes while everybody looks at the calendar one last time. So, Senator Polk.
I say what he said.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
I move that the Senate stand in recess until the last report is filed tonight, at which time the journal will reflect that we're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess till tomorrow.